Good morning. I'm Kirk Pomper. I'm the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Community, and the Sciences. I'm also the Director of Land Grant Programs. Thank you for joining us for the second day of the Small and Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. We hope that you found yesterday's sessions to be enjoyable and educational, and that you'll continue to learn with us today. We are still living in uncertain times as we hold our second virtual conference, but the farmers in Kentucky have not stopped working, nor has Kentucky State University. And we have for 135 years and will continue to work together so we can thrive together. Thank you, and have a great second day of the Small and Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference.
Greetings from the University of Kentucky Cooperative Extension Service. We are excited to welcome you to the conference today and thank our partners at Kentucky State University for the invitation. As we continue to work together in our extension programming, we are focused on our common goal of improving the lives of all Kentuckians. UK Extension has added a new position, Director of Workforce and Equity Initiatives. This position will work with internal and external workforce priorities on behalf of Extension to develop a more nimble, versatile, and diverse workforce. We are thrilled that Dr. Mark Maines, currently 4-H Youth Development Director, has accepted this role. He brings 23 years of experience, and I'm excited at the opportunities I know this will bring for our joint system in our state. We know that our farming communities have unique needs. We are working to improve mental health awareness and resources for farmers through an expansion of the very successful Farmers Dinner Theater, a partnership with the College of Nursing. This program offers a casual setting, humor, and food to address health and safety topics. We've expanded the concept to include a youth component, and each youth receives question, persuade, refer, or QPR training to identify when someone might be going through personal struggles and available community resources that could help. We just began the first of 3 years of grant funding that will allow us to provide additional resources and networking support for new farmers, specifically targeting those that are military veterans. Our agents continue to support the County Agricultural Investment Program, providing the educational component for farmers. Hundreds of improvement and diversification projects on farms all across Kentucky are funded with this cost share assistance program. We continue to develop new tools, resources, and networking opportunities for our agents working in urban counties, where as a state we continue to grow. One of the many highlights of our partnership with Kentucky State is the annual Extension Diversity Awards. Together, we celebrate extension programming that has targeted diverse groups. Last year, we recognized nutrition programming efforts for a recovery center in Boone County and the distribution of grab-and-go programming kits to underserved audiences in Hopkinsville. The pandemic brought us closer to some clients and further from others. We are taking these lessons learned on virtual programming and moving to hybrid approaches to deliver our information, classes, and programs. As we emerge from the pandemic, I know that we will continue to strengthen our joint programming, creating a stronger extension system for Kentucky. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
It is my pleasure to help welcome you to this conference on behalf of the University of Kentucky College of Agriculture, Food, and Environment. We really treasure our partnership with Kentucky State University, and we work together as the two land grant universities for the state of Kentucky. You are important stakeholders to Kentucky State and the University of Kentucky. I want to tell you a little bit about University of Kentucky's efforts with minorities. We have a freshman in the College of Agriculture, Food, and Environment at UK. We have a 25 to 30% of our freshmen are first generation, and about 20% of our freshmen are underrepresented minorities. We are also working on equity and inclusion issues related to food systems with some of our researchers. And we have a vast partnership with extension offices around Kentucky under the leadership of Dr. Laura Stevenson and Dr. Courtney Owens. I would also like to tell you what a pleasure it is for me to work with Dr. Kirk Pomper. We talk a lot and we are always united at our efforts to trying to serve our stakeholders better. So thank you for attending the conference, and I'm sure we will all come out of it with some new ideas to help serve Kentucky. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We would like to take a few moments to recognize our gold and silver sponsors. Thank you, Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Community Farm Alliance, American Farmland Trust, Arkansas State University, and USDA Natural Resource Conservationist Services. Now, our keynote speaker today is Dr. Ryan Quarles, Kentucky Commissioner of Agriculture.
Hi, this is Kentucky Commissioner of Agriculture Ryan Quarles. And if you're like me, you probably thought we would have been done with this pandemic a long time ago. But here we are, doing what is necessary to stay connected while we continue to fight the pandemic together. One of the other things that makes Kentucky agriculture unique is the fact that we have two land-grant universities. University of Kentucky, but of course, Kentucky State University. As one of our historically black colleges and universities, KSU has a special role to play in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And if you heard me speak before, you know how personal KSU is to me and my family. My late mother, Bonnie Quarles, taught here for nearly 30 years in the nursing department. I often spent a lot of time during my childhood when I wasn't working on our farm in Franklin County, working in tobacco, spending it on campus and getting to know the wonderful KSU community. That's why I wanted to use my speaking opportunity today to share with you an update about two important strategic tools available for small, limited resource and minority farmers across Kentucky. Number one, the Kentucky Agricultural Development Fund, and secondly, the Kentucky Ag Finance Corporation. These two organizations are administered by the Kentucky Department of Agriculture and invest from the Master Settlement Agreement into innovative proposals that increase net farm income and diversify Kentucky's agricultural portfolio. That includes finding new ways to add value to Kentucky agricultural products and expanding and exploring new opportunities that will benefit Kentucky farms now and in the future. Let me give you a quick example of how this works. During the pandemic, the Kentucky Ag Development Board acted quickly to strengthen our supply chain. As we know, last March, many Americans and Kentuckians were shocked when they went to a grocery store and couldn't find the exact type of meat, products, or cuts that they were used to buying available on the shelves due to supply chain issues. The Ag Development Board moved quickly to invest nearly $6 million in 30 or so small meat processors in our state to reduce our reliance on out-of-state processors. Though we have more work to do on this front, I know that our investment will help not only our meat processors, but also all farmers within the Commonwealth. This is a good win-win situation, not just for agriculture, but also consumers who want to buy local and buy Kentucky proud. I also want to make sure that KSU Thoroughbreds know about the Kentucky Ag Finance Corporation, a publicly owned bank that I happen to chair. The goal of the Ag Finance Corporation is to provide access to capital for people like you and me through low interest loans to help beginning farmers, farmers of all ages, and of course, our agribusinesses. This year, the Ag Finance Corporation reached a huge and significant milestone as we celebrated reaching the $100 million mark with a revolving loan portfolio and assets dedicated to agriculture so we can reinvest in our community. This is an untapped resource for our small, limited, and minority farmers across our state. Please research the Kentucky Ag Finance Corporation and see if we can be of help to you. You can learn more about this program at kyagr.com/agpolicy. As I wrap up here, I want to recognize that we've all been through a lot this past year and a half, but I feel like we are starting to get things back to normal in our lives. Please continue to take care of not only your physical health, but also your mental health as well. And as we head into the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons, I always want to remind Kentuckians that if you like to buy Kentucky proud, and if you like to eat like I do, be sure to thank a Kentucky farmer.
For your continued support, Commissioner Quarles. Kentucky State University is world-renowned for pawpaw research. Today, we have a special treat for you all, a virtual tour of the pawpaw orchid at the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm.
Hi, I'm Sherry Crabtree, Horticulture Research and Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. Today we're going to be touring the pawpaw orchards at the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm at Kentucky State University. This orchard was planted in 2004, so it's 16 years old, and it contains the cultivars Sunflower and Susquehanna. So recommended spacing for pawpaw trees is 8 to 10 feet apart, and these are planted 8 feet apart. And you'll notice that the tree trunks are painted white, and this is to prevent a condition called southwest injury or sun scald, in which in the wintertime the tree is dormant and the sun shines strongest on the southwest side of the trunk. And the dark color of the bark absorbs heat into the trunk and causes it to warm on that side and gets the sap flowing when it should be dormant for the winter. Then it gets cold again. So it's kind of a freeze-thaw cycle that causes cracking on that side of the trunk. So we paint these white. It's a mixture of 50-50 latex paint, white latex paint, and water that we spray the trunks with to reflect the light so the trunk doesn't absorb so much heat and it prevents southwest injury. Weed control is important in orchards. You don't want a lot of grass and weeds growing extremely close to your pawpaw trees. And you can achieve this by different methods. In this orchard, we usually use glyphosate. It's been a while since we have sprayed, since we're getting closer to harvest, so there has been quite a bit of regrowth of grass and weed. Irrigation is important for pawpaw trees, especially in young trees, and especially during the summer, during the hottest parts of the summer. We use drip irrigation, so what you're seeing is a drip irrigation line. The reason we have it suspended in the air is because on the ground, one, they get clogged up with dirt and things on the ground, and two, it's easy to hit them with mowers and weed eaters when they're on the ground and cause leaks. So we hang up our drip irrigation lines so they're suspended over the ground. So we have 2 of these emitters per tree, drip irrigation emitters that are 1 gallon per hour emitters per tree. Of course, this is more for a larger orchard. If you have just a few trees in your yard, you just want to make sure that you water your trees regularly. You know, go out with your hose and water them a couple of times a week. Pawpaw trees need at least an inch of rain per week. So pawpaws are pretty free of most major insect and disease pests. The main thing that we see is Phyllisticta, which is a fungal disease. And you see the black spots on the fruit are lesions of this Phyllisticta fungus. So it's basically just cosmetic. It's just on the surface. If that fruit was ripe and when you cut into it, the inside is fine. It doesn't cause any kind of rot. It's just on the skin, which makes it, less attractive to consumers if you're trying to sell pawpaw fruit. But it is usually just on the skin. However, in severe cases of it, it can cause the skin to crack. Basically, it makes the skin brittle, and as the fruit grows, it causes it to crack. So if your Phyllisticta infection is bad enough that it causes cracking on the fruit, then it would damage the fruit so that it wasn't edible. So we also see these Phyllisticta fungal spots on the leaves as well as the fruit. So we were looking at using copper and sulfur sprays and also some other fungicide sprays to control this, and that research is still in progress with a graduate student we have. So hopefully one of those will be useful for control of Phyllisticta. Pawpaw fruit ripen here in Kentucky starting in late August and going through about the end of September. So one thing that's about pawpaw fruit, they usually stay green even when they're ripe. You see these are starting to get slightly yellow, indicating they're getting close to being ripe, but really you have to touch them to see if they're ripe. Pawpaw fruit will be soft, starting to get soft when they're ripe, and they'll also come off easily in your hand. So if you give the fruit a little wiggle, a little gentle pull, if they were ready to pick, they would come off in your hand when they're ripe. So those are not quite ready to pick yet, even though they're starting to get a little bit yellow. But in a lot of fruit, they will be completely green even when they're ripe, and it's really just by touch. And also, they will drop on the ground when they're ripe. So if you see fruit on the ground around a tree, you know that the fruit are starting to get ripe on that tree. And you can pick them up off the ground if you beat the animals to them. We have raccoons and possums and groundhogs all like to eat pawpaw fruit, so often you need to pick them out of the tree in order to beat the animals to them. You can pick them when they're just starting to get soft, but they have to be beginning their ripening process at least and be a little bit soft. And at that point, you can keep them in the refrigerator for longer storage or set them on the counter and let them ripen off the tree. However, if the fruit are completely hard, then they will not ripen off the tree. So they have to be starting to get soft, and at that point you can pick them and let them fully ripen off the tree. You probably notice in our orchard we don't have a lot of fruit on the trees. So we had a late spring freeze this year. The pawpaws all came into full bloom early. We had really warm temperatures in early spring, and the pawpaws all came into full bloom early. Then we had 2 nights in a row. We had 25 one night, 26 another night, that killed most of the flowers and developing fruit. Then some more later flowers came out, and then we got down to 27 and 28 a couple of weeks later. So that killed most of the flowers and developing fruit on our pawpaws. So we have very few fruit in our orchards or really anywhere around the area. Most growers in Kentucky don't have any fruit this year, and even in Indiana, North Carolina, Ohio, I've heard from growers that do not have fruit this year. So that's unusual with pawpaw. Usually they flower a little bit later, and they flower over a long period of time, and they don't generally get completely wiped out by spring freezes. But this year it was kind of unlucky circumstances. We lost most of the crop. Pawpaws do not have to be pruned extensively. They naturally have kind of a bushy growth habit and will have a lot of low branches and just kind of a bushy shape. These trees are pruned similar to apple trees, so to a central leader type structure where we selected strong scaffold branches that have good angles to them. You want wide angles to your branches, which makes them less prone to splitting and breaking. So these were pruned similar to an apple tree, not quite as intensively as apples have to be pruned. And then as they get bigger, we remove the central leader. We go in and cut that central leader at about 5 or 6 feet just to keep the tree shorter and easier to harvest from. So that's called a modified central leader at that point. But pawpaws do tend to have a lot of low branches, which if you want a more naturalized look, it's fine to leave those, but they do get in the way of mowing and weed eating and harvesting fruit. So in an orchard setting, we tend to cut those out. That you want to look out for when you're pruning, you want to cut any branches that have a very narrow crotch angle and any branches that are crossing and rubbing against each other, which this one is actually doing both. So where you have this narrow angle right here, that's going to be prone to, in a windstorm, breaking and splitting. And also how it's crossing and rubbing, it causes damage to the bark, which is basically a potential entry point for diseases. So anything that has an extremely narrow angle like that or is crossing and rubbing against other branches, you want to cut and remove. So pawpaws form flower buds for next spring the summer before. So you can actually see the flower buds that this pawpaw is going to have next year. It's these round buds that are in the leaf axils. So the round buds are flower buds. The vegetative buds on pawpaw are pointed. So they form flower buds on new wood. So you see from that point on is the new growth from this year. And you can see the flower buds that will open next spring already. So sometimes you see fruit that are fused together like this. See how these fruit are stuck together. It's basically just the fruit did not separate correctly when they were forming. It's kind of like Siamese twins in humans, or like when you have webbed feet. It's just kind of a little anomaly in the fruit. But you do see that sometimes. We just call them Siamese twin pawpaws. But two fruits stuck together. This fruit also has a lot of phylosticta that you notice, but that's something that people ask about sometimes is when they see two fruits stuck together. So when pawpaw fruit are ripe and ready to pick, again, they're soft, so I'm squeezing this fruit and it's soft. This one had actually dropped to the ground. It was ripe and it fell to the ground, so it's actually a little bit bruised. So let's break open this fruit and see what it looks like inside. And you can see a slight yellow color to this fruit when it ripened, but not all fruit have that. So Let's break it open and look inside. So this one's a pretty light yellow color. Pawpaw fruit range from orange to yellow or even light yellow in color. So this one is a little bit lighter colored. But you can see the flesh is soft and custardy, kind of similar to a ripe avocado. And you do have these seeds inside. So this is, here's the pawpaw seeds. There's 2 rows of these large kind of lima bean shaped seeds inside, which the seeds and the skin are not edible. So you don't want to eat, the skin just has a bitter flavor to it. And the seeds are too large and hard to eat, obviously, but they also have alkaloid compounds in them that you don't want to eat. So you see how soft the flesh is when it's ripe. It's this really custardy texture to the flesh when it's ripe. This tree was bark inlay grafted, and bark inlay grafting is a method of top working is a term. So basically you have a large tree. If it's a seedling tree or a wild tree and doesn't produce very good fruit, you can cut that tree down. So basically cut it down to a stump, and then you take a stick from the tree that you want to propagate, and at the edge of that stump you graft that stick from the variety that you want to propagate on. So you see the remaining stump, that was the old tree, and so this was grafted 4 years ago. And so you see the amount of growth extremely fast that you get from a bark inlay graft. So that's just a method of changing over a variety that you don't want anymore, or a seedling that doesn't produce very good fruit, to a more desirable, high-producing variety. Pawpaws tend to send up a lot of shoots from the roots. They're called root suckers. Usually you want to remove those, so if it's on a tree, a healthy tree that is growing, you usually want to cut the root suckers out because they're not generally very productive. They grow vegetatively and don't produce a lot of fruit and take energy away from the parent tree. Also, if it's a grafted tree, the root suckers will not be the same variety as the top of the tree if the tree was grafted. But in some cases, it's not a bad thing that pawpaws send up shoots from the roots. This is a tree that died, that was cut down. You see the stump. And so shoots will come up from the roots, and we can keep these. You can choose the healthiest, strongest root sucker and remove the rest and let this grow into the new tree. So you can either wait and see what kind of fruit this has on it. It may have good fruit even though it's a seedling, or you can then graft onto this root sucker, graft a variety that you want to propagate onto that root sucker. You can also do bark inlay grafting onto branches instead of onto the main trunk of the tree. If you want to graft multiple varieties onto the same tree, if you don't have room for more than one tree, you can graft a different variety onto one branch, and then you've got 2 different varieties in the same tree to cross-pollinate. So you can also do the same bark inlay grafting onto trunks of the tree, like you see here. And this one was performed last year, I believe. So you can see the growth from last year. And hopefully, eventually, this would grow enough that it will basically cover up the cut portion of the branch. So here are the potted pawpaw trees that we've started in the greenhouse. Pawpaws have a deep taproot, so you want to start them in pots that are deep like this, and the taproot will grow all the way to the bottom of the pot. So this has some air pruning in the bottom of the pot. So when you plant seeds, you want to plant them about 1 inch deep in the pot. And so once you start your seedling, you can either grow your seedling up and plant it out, but as we discussed earlier, seedlings take longer to produce fruit than grafted trees, and you don't know exactly what you're going to get. So we graft a lot of trees. This one was grafted. You can kind of see the scar on the tree right there where it was grafted several years ago. And so we graft some trees in the pots, we graft some trees in the field, and we'll leave them here in the greenhouse until they get to be at least 1.5 to 2 feet tall, and then we'll plant them out in the field. When they're under 1.5 feet tall, pawpaw seedlings need shade, so that's why we have shade cloth in this house to provide some shade to the young seedlings. When they get over 1.5 feet tall and you plant them out in the field, they can be planted in full sun.
you, Sherry. That was fascinating. Now, each year we recognize the Small Farmer of the Year. This year, Mr. Gil Finley Jr. will introduce our honoree. Take it away, Mr. Gil Finley Jr.
Every year, Kentucky State University recognizes a small farmer who contributes time and resources to produce agricultural commodities in the Commonwealth of Kentucky and who is committed to sustainable agriculture. Our 2021 Small Farmer of the Year, Travis Cleaver from Hodgenville, Kentucky. Travis Cleaver is the owner of the Cleaver's Farm and Cleve Family Market in Bonneville. He has received 1 small farm grant and 1 educational grant from Kentucky State University. Mr. Cleaver has attended the last 10 Small Farmers Conferences hosted by KSU and has taken 5 trips to the Southern Sustainable Working Group. He has completed leadership training through Louisiana's Southern University sponsored by KSU and has been heavily involved with the Third Thursdays for the past 10 years. He is a Kentucky Proud member and works in collaboration with Black Soil of Lexington, Kentucky. Alongside his parents, Mr. Cleaver started as a tobacco farmer in the early 1980s. Mr. Cleaver currently has 115 acres in LaRue and Hart counties. He has added more than 90 acres since 1990. He obtained a small farm service agency loan to buy more farmland and utilize natural resource conservation services and the environmental quality incentive program projects for 2 heavily used areas and 3 idle waters and 1 pasture renovation for more regenerative farming. Additionally, he acquired EQIP funds for constructing 2 of his 3 high tunnels. Mr. Cleaver also utilized CAPE funds to purchase equipment and a bull. The farm consists of 30 mama cows and 40 stockers. Mr. Cleaver has diversified his farm by raising sheep, pigs, rabbits, and chickens. The Cleaver's Farms offers a wide variety of vegetables. He offers an 18 weeks community support agriculture program for 4 different drop spots in and around Kentucky: Louisville, Lexington, Elizabethtown, and Hodgesville. He also offers a meats buyers club that runs from October to May. Mr. Cleaver believes it is his duty to get as much fresh food into the consumers' homes as possible. A few of his customers include restaurants such as Smoke 'em Up All Barbecue, Feed 'em Up Barbecue, and the University of Kentucky's cafeteria. He also provides his products to Kentucky's Greens and Black Soul. He continues to embrace new technology to improve and expand his customer marketing by using various websites and social media platforms. His sales have increased over 50% in the last year alone, and he uses all of his resources to build and increase his efforts. It is with great pleasure and my honor to congratulate Mr. Travis Cleaver, 2021 Small Farmer of the Year.
You want to leave the legacy to this hard work works. You want to empty the bucket every day. I mean, you don't want to leave nothing back. Give it everything you got. Try as hard as you can. Bring somebody along with you. So just help as many people, show as many people what agriculture is really about, and show people that look like us that it's not as hard as you think it is. Just come try it. What we got going on here in Bonneville is we've got a 3-acre market garden, 3 high tunnels. We raise a mixture of livestock, mixture of vegetables. Vegetables, anything from collard greens to tomatoes to cucumbers, squash, purple oil peas, green beans. Livestock, we raise rabbits, chickens, beef cows, stockers, feeder pigs, sows, hog to finish. So a very diverse operation here. So the core was in Hodgenville. My parents were tobacco farmers. As they got older and got to doing their public jobs, they allowed me to rent the farm. And that's when I started with, we had maybe a half-acre garden, and we was always more cows. So we had 10 cows or 5 cows, a handful of pigs, just a hodgepodge of different things. And then slowly, you rented some ground. And then as you rented ground, the cattle production increased, and then the pig production increased. The passion is beef cattle, But as things have progressed, we're known more for our vegetables because that's something that's not done by typical farmers now are doing more row cropping. And so this is something that not a lot of farmers are in the market gardening. As time progresses, that's probably something that we're getting known for more. Our meeting, the gentleman from Kentucky State, he told us about vegetables. We got started in this vegetable thing, and once it got started, it was just a snowball. Every year you say you're not gonna get any bigger, but your customer base gets bigger. So then once we moved here, the vegetable thing just slowly got a little bigger, a little bigger, and a little bigger, and before you know it, we got 3 or 4 acres of vegetables, 2 or 3 H2A workers, and an 18-week market garden, basically. With Kentucky State, we've dealt with Steve Skelton on the chicken, rabbits. He's come on the farm and helped show us how to lay out different projects. We've dealt with Joni on the grant program 2 different times. We got our first high tunnel through NRCS, and I think it was 2014, maybe 2013. And then we've added another. This one was through NRCS, and then the third one was through a grant through Black Soil. Long term, when we started, you took everything to the stockyards. Now we don't take anything to the stockyards. Everything we sell at the auction is because it's an overflow. Our market, everything that we market, the way we pay our bills, is direct market to consumer. That's where we've changed the most. The thing we've seen the most is I went from being the youngest minority farmer in the group where all my mentors and all my peers were 30 years old. Now we're seeing people that look like me come back to the farm, people with having an interest. And so that's probably been the biggest change that I've seen in the last 3 to 4 years is guys from their 20s and 30s and women that are black or Hispanic that want to do farming again. So that's great to me. To think about the guys that I knew, I remember sitting at the conference looking at some of these guys and them being my mentors. Like, man, I want to be like him one day. I want to be like him. I want to be like her. Even like with the Millers, Miss Millers of Garden Machine. So seeing these people, and now you get to put your name with their name, it just makes me reflect on all of them that did stuff to help me get here. I mean, when you got a mother and a grandmother like I've got, it's great there. So, but farming, if they were my mentors on my character, how you treat people, how you want to be, what to stand for, what not to stand for. But my farming mentors had to be Steve Graves and Billy Curl. When we started our meat business, it was kind of on a humbug, and I remember calling Steve Graves at the time, telling him what I was going to do, and he owned the butcher shop at the time. He was like, well, what do you want me to do? He said, you can butcher them, pay me later. I said, well, I don't have any freezers. Well, he said, I got some old freezers behind the building, so we were duct taping cords to these freezers, trying to get started, and he was right there beside me the whole time. And so, I mean, just stuff like that these guys have done for me. You hope that you can do half as much for other people as those 2 in particular did for me. Don't quit. Don't ever quit. I mean, you're gonna fail, but fall forward. Every time you fall, you're gonna be seasoned better for some more adversity. It's gonna be better tomorrow.
Congratulations, Mr. Cleaver and family. It's clear that this family has impacted many other families in the farming business in Kentucky. So thank you. For our first presentation, Tiffany Belfield with Community Farm Alliance and Ashley Smith with Black Soil Kentucky will discuss current and future efforts around equity.
I'm Tiffany Belfield Elamine, and we are here for the 23rd Annual Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference with Kentucky State University, and I'm also co-hosted with Ashley Smith.
Good morning. I'm so glad to be here today with you at the conference, Tiffany. Thanks for having me.
Yes, awesome. Well, we're going to get right into it. Let me go to share screen, and we're going to go into our slides. So our session today is around equity, the equity efforts around Kentucky agriculture. And again, I say my name is Tiffany Belfield Elamine. I am one part of the Farm to Table committee for Community Farm Alliance. And this is what we've been doing for the past couple of years. So back in 2019, Community Farm Alliance took a stand on equity. We called it the commitment to equity. And it was something that we did as people, as an organization, as staff, as board members, just as people in Kentucky. We seen that there was a need to have more conversations around equity. So in 2019, the pandemic rolled around and we were urged to have a fund just for our Black farmers in Kentucky, and it was called the Kentucky Black Farmer Fund. So in 2020, we rolled out the first round of that. It ended up with 2 rounds, and we served 52 farmers in 26 counties. And the way this originated was, there was floods of funding and floods of people wanting to give money back to agriculture and to eat healthier and everything like that in a time of sickness. And in my mind, if we're 1% Black farmers are in Kentucky. So if there's 100 applicants, maybe one of us is Black. And if that, will we get approved? If it's competitive, will we get things in fast enough? And I just, I told the Community Farm Alliance, I was like, as a farm to table coordinator, I see the gaps, and this would help if Black farmers just had their own fund. This rolled into the whirlwind of equity work. We were already committed to it, but the Black Farmer Fund and the applications and, Lori and I calling farmers, asking questions about their farm, asking questions about their families. Are they okay? We realized that there was another need. So it rolled into a farmer's needs assessment, working with Kentucky Center of Agricultural Rural Development, KCARD. We were working on a farmer's profile, and it was simply to figure out where everybody else is in Kentucky, map out resources, map out who is in what region doing what, so we can connect everyone. But after doing the Black Farmer Fund, I realized that there's another holistic approach that we need to come at when we're assessing our Black farmers in Kentucky, the history of Black farming in Kentucky, some of the barriers that are still present, like, do we get an opportunity to actually talk about these things? So we combined the Black Farmers Profile, and I put together some questions for the Black Farmers Needs Assessment. And the Farm to Table team, we then spread this to all our Black farmers, spread this to all farmers. And the Black Farmers Needs Assessment brought back so much information. It was only like 30 people that did the assessment, which was, at first we were kind of concerned, but those people definitely let us know how they felt. They let us know who they worked with, who they connected with. And I think out of the whole assessment, we were able to pull out the interests. And for me, the interests were big deals because that means that you need more information or you are uneducated about this. So Black Farmers Needs Assessment rolled into a Black Farmers Meetup where we talked about these interests, these strengths, and we'll talk more about the Black Farmers Meetup. For the Black Farmers Needs Assessment, we pulled out more Black farmers wanted to know more about Kentucky Proud and Appalachia Proud branding to build their markets. And part of the work with equity is building the network. And I'll say that 1,000 times, networks and relationship building. But I knew as a farm to table coordinator and as a food justice organizer, I knew who to connect a farmer in KDA, Kentucky Department of Agriculture, that does Kentucky Proud branding. Another interest was funding and resources. And it's not that we all need money, right? But we have limited resources and we want to know how to capitalize those. How can we make this sustain the agribusiness that I'm beginning? And a lot of that is just organizing, business planning, getting your receipts and your records in order. And sometimes you don't even know what that means. And I always use me as an example. Young farmer, beginning farmer, farming has been in my life since I was born. And when I got to the point where I was the owner of the farm, there was a lot of things that I did not know. And a big issue with the equitable lens in Kentucky, in agriculture statewide, is that if you don't ask, you don't know. So some people don't know where to go. And I'm telling you, the best place to start is KCARD. You also have the Farm Service Agency, who is rolling out grants that follow the American Rescue Plan and the pandemic relief. And they have other resources and workshops as well in helping you find loans and be prepared for loans and be prepared for federal grants. Same thing with the NRCS, National Resource and Conservation Service. I didn't realize how many resources were in the NRCS office outside of EQIP. According to the needs assessment, at least 90% of our farmers get EQIP grants, but there's so many steps after you get it, and there's more walkthrough that needs to be happening. And so rolling into the Horticulture Council is another funding resource. They are really big about water and safety grants, and they can help put better systems onto your farm and actually walk you through it and help you get funded for those. So all of those funding and resources, even the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, that's part of Community Farm Alliance's network and what we offer to help bridge those communications with our Black farmers exclusively. And then another interest was networking and directory. We want to know where we're at, what counties we are in, what regions are we in, who's doing what. A lot of Black farmers, we talked about bartering, mentoring, peer-to-peer, and so working with Black Soil or Better Nature, who has already built their networks and they know they're mapping Kentucky with their Black farmers, and CFA has our own. We're wanting to blend those networks so we can put out a one-stop shop of resources in the who's in the Black farming community. And this is all that came from the Black Farmers Needs Assessment and rolled into the Black Farmers Meetup. So we had the Black Farmers Meetup in 2021. So 2019 Commitment to Equity, 2020 Black Farmer Fund, and then 2021 we met all up at the Black Farmers Meetup. Virtual was great, but in those needs assessment, people were saying, I need to see my people. We need to sit down and have conversations. We need to brainstorm on what's going to happen post-pandemic, right? So this was the beautiful pictures. We had a great time. This was in Lexington, Kentucky, at the Gray Line Station Clear Story, where Black Soil and Community Farm Alliance coordinated this gathering. And we ate, we fellowshiped, we networked, we shared ideas, we made new friends and family, and we walked away knowing that this was just the beginning. So current efforts. So what's going on in 2022? And the end of 2021. So building the Black Farmer Resource Directory and Navigation Tool, simply a toolkit. So when you are a beginning farmer, you can go somewhere and you know where to go, how to get started, who to talk to, and you're not just fishing in the dark for it. In our needs assessment, we asked very clearly, who do you work with? And we list state offices, we listed state universities, we listed organizations that we're connected with. And literally Black farmers were like, we work with K-State, we work with UK, we work with Black Soil, we work with Community Farm Alliance. And those were the top four, and a sprinkle of other places. But these other places like Hort Council and K-Card, you need them, but knowing how to navigate through all these organizations has been the key of conversation. We're also working with, like I said earlier, the Farm Service Agency. We're working to make sure that Black farmers are intentionally invited and considered when funding is rolling out. I talked to a lot of you all when PPP was rolling around and when the CFAP, which was the coronavirus rescue funds, came through. And I literally was just saying, don't forget, deadline's coming up. Did you get this paperwork? Do you need help with this? If somebody told you no at the office, I'm calling the office and figuring out what that no means. That's the piece that I'm playing in this equity work at Community Farm Alliance, making sure that everybody's voice is being heard and nobody is not being unspoken. I want to make sure that everybody's communicating and building these relationships. So we'll be reaching out to people to make sure that they did get their CFAP amounts and that everything is flowing well with the Farm Service Agency's relationships. I've been calling everybody to make sure that they're okay with their PPP loan forgivenesses. and currently pushing the PRS grant, which is this beautiful one pager on the screen. It's the Pandemic Response and Safety Grant. Literally anything that you've had to do with your farm between 2020 and 2021. I think 2019 as well. No, 2020, 2021. Anything that you've had to do to make your farm business, your agribusiness, your farmers markets, or any of your markets more safe. And that could be from warmers, heaters, more tents. If you had to get an extra route to pick up workers so there's less people in a truck, anything like that, you're eligible. But another big piece to being able to be the one that says this is what you need to get this grant free money. You don't have to report on it. You don't have to be forgiven for it, but you're also building your business. You're learning what an NAICS code is if you don't know. If you don't have your DUNS number, you need that. And you need both of these to be able to apply for most federal and state grants. And even if you didn't, it's just something to always have as you're building up your folder for your business. Again, one pager, check that out. That's going on right now. Deadline's the 22nd. And if you guys have any questions walking through it, please give us a call and reach out. But the third part of the current efforts, which is an ongoing effort, is that Community Farm Alliance is about policy change. Our pathway to change and our commitment to change, we understand it starts with our laws and it starts with our bills. And so a lot of conversations about policy and Black farmers is that there is a miseducation and a gap in education. So I want to be able to have more conversations about what we do with our voice when it comes to policy organizing. And if it example, was able to talk to farmers and get comments about equity in the USDA offices. And we took those documents, made an official letter, sent it to DC and Frankfurt. And part of us pushing those policies is the rollout of some of the pandemic relief funds, of some of the technical assistance with the USDA offices in Kentucky. So small steps, but we can do this together, right? So in the end, building relationships, strengthening your networks, working with Black soil. We'll be doing these 3 beautiful events coming in 2022. We are coordinating a Black Women in Agriculture Planning Brunch, where we're just gonna get everyone, all the women together and talk about the past, the present, and the future, having them be at the forefront of coordinating the second Kentucky Black Farmers Meetup. And then we have the Eastern Kentucky Farmers Conference in February of 2022. It's a great time. We will literally be in Southeast Kentucky. Black Soil and Community Farm Alliance will have a session where we will have conversations leading into the Black Farmers Meetup in March. All of our partners will be in the room, people that we've been talking about and to, all in the same space and getting some things addressed. And it'll be an amazing time. Eastern Kentucky Farmers Conference is a weekend event. Our session is one day, but the whole weekend is just a plethora of good food, good people, networking, conversations, and picking up resources and information. So, and then March 4th through 6th, first weekend in March, we're looking forward for the second Kentucky Black Farmers Meetup. We had 50 people. I would love to have 100 this time. And we're going to be doing more strategic planning around the things that are coming down the pipeline at a policy level and on a resource and funding level. So I'm going to roll it on over to my co-host, Ashley Smith, right now. I'm going to take me off of share screen and let her introduce herself.
Well, thank you again. And Tiffany, if you would just allow me the chance to share screen.
I got you right now. There you go.
Hold on, will you pause it? Thank you, Tiffany, for having me co-panel this session with you today. And I really want to emphasize the importance of reflecting diversity, equity, and inclusion as we move forward to a shared future, a bright shared future through the ag sector and industry here in the state of Kentucky. You see here on our cover slide, Chef Anitra Polk in our seed to shelf garden that we started and planted for her in the summer of 2020. You can now find Chef Anitra at the University of Kentucky in the 90 student dining hall, where she uses Kentucky farm product in her vegan plant-based entrees. That example of Chef Anitra Polk and Woke Junk Food Vegan represent just a sliver of the mission and vision of Black Soil, which reaches into reconnecting Black Kentuckians to their heritage and legacy in agriculture. And by creating a more robust awareness and conversation, collaborations and partnerships like with Community Farm Alliance, it really allows us to bring more farmers, growers, and producers onto the field, literally and figuratively. Because we do see a bright future, as we shared in our opener, where Kentuckians across the Commonwealth can enjoy local food all year long. Because regardless of who you are, where you live, you have to eat. So who is Black Soil? We are a co-founded organization. I, as the COO and co-founder, own the organization. And together we have developed an agritourism business that from 2017 to 2020 focused on farm tours, farm to table dinners, in-person children enrichment workshops, urban gardening workshops. And then you see on the right there, our second generation, our 2.5-year-old pudgies, Caroline and Trevor Jr., our twins. And so as we look to institutions, organizations, agencies like you might represent here for this year's conference, we just want to explain to you how we've really worked in mapping out a path for the 1.4% of Kentucky Black farmers, growers, and producers specifically. And then we've also been able to engage with farmers across the state from East, Central, and West Kentucky, regardless of race and ethnicity. So we started with agritourism, starting on Black-owned farms and farm tours. And with the pandemic, we were really forced to engage different levels and types of businesses. And so through those collaborations and partnerships, we were able to bring Kentucky farm product sourced, grown, and produced by Black farm families here in the state to our distribution and fulfillment center located in Lexington, where those products are then taken to a farmer's market. They're then developed as weekly farm shares for our CSA program, a la carte. So if you just wanted to come and buy tomatoes or acorn squash and prepared meals. So we work with restaurants, local farm to table restaurants like Alfalfa to help feed the community through Nourish Lexington. In all of this, we emphasize the forward motion of creating more equitable access and opportunities to markets like households, individual shareholders, local restaurants like Alfalfa, Wrigley's Taproom, Foco at Logan Street Market, and the list can go on with the locations that source our Kentucky farm product. Institutions. So working with institutions like the University of Kentucky to have piloted a voucher program for 59 faculty, staff, and employees this season helps us advance. So as we as a diverse minority business enterprise are able to gain greater access to markets, shareholders, healthy households, you see a forward trend of more farms, again, regardless of race, being able to level up and access even more opportunities to source and market their small business. And lastly, care providers. So working with vulnerable communities, newborns, babies, young families, and helping nurture them by providing shares in education and outreach, maternal health clinics. Working with caregivers of aging parents or family members, ensuring both sides are receiving healthy meal options. And so again, as we think about moving forward equity. First and foremost, producers need to know they have a steady guaranteed market, especially if you represent less than 2% of overall farmers. So out of 77,000 plus Kentucky farm primary operators, less than 430 of those are African American owned farms here in the state. So we've really focused on helping these growers, farmers, producers, culinary artists, craftspeople to focus on what they do best. Either that's growing, preparing, or making the best products and produce here in the state of Kentucky. And in raising the awareness of the declining numbers of Black farmers, not only here in the state of Kentucky, but across the nation, we also look to reconnect communities that are oftentimes labeled in grants as socially disadvantaged, hard to reach, underrepresented, but oftentimes we prefer to focus on historically excluded as the term that we like to focus our marketing and promotion efforts around individuals and families. And then we become and have become more sophisticated as the efforts of making sure we're becoming more equitable in our local ag food system, industry, and sector. It's working with institutions through wholesale. So working in scaling up and building capacity for small Kentucky family-owned farms through GAP certification, trainings through PSA certifications, ensuring that we're staying on the up and up to receive the opportunities and sharpen our competitive edge. So looking to not only lift up and raise awareness of the producers that people can directly buy and build relationships with, but we want to help the awareness of on the consumer side that they can truly make an economic impact and difference in local businesses, thus providing the opportunity to advance equity. So not only do we need it socially, we need that financial investment to help scale these operations up and build capacity. Because we want to examine as we look to advance and move the needle forward with equity. If Mother Nature can't see who puts the seed in the ground, then why are there such enormous disparities in agriculture? And you see Travis Cleaver of Cleve's Family Market pictured here in the background as we move forward in really stating that diversity is needed, not only socially, but we need more producers with I guess, propensity for a variety of methods, techniques of how they will operate their grow operations or farms. So our ag industry is looking and kind of screaming out for a diversified approach, an innovative approach of utilizing and tending to land and being able to feed communities in efforts to reduce food insecurity and increase food access. And we're proud to share collaborations and partnerships, relationships with industry leaders who are also committed to moving and advancing equity. And they're putting their money where their mouth is. For example, with Farm Credit, they've allowed Black soil to serve as a grant maker for 9 Black-owned farms here in the state of Kentucky in securing a Grow Appalachia Gothic semi-permanent high tunnel, which then will allow them to extend out their growing season, which then allows them to continue cultivating markets, relationships, consumers, and the practice continues over and over and over again. We're glad to be Kentucky proud and work with several other industry partners listed here. So as we advance equity, it's about raising the awareness of how even the smallest investment in a local farm can truly help stabilize rural and urban communities. And so we're really excited to have worked tirelessly to create a lot of these familiarities and relationships where a lot of our Kentucky Black-owned farms are becoming household names. We started in the classroom at the University of Kentucky as we have advanced and worked to advance equity. And it's looked to now, again, as we stated earlier, piloting the CSA voucher program, being able to reach our products in UK dining services through our culinary artists, brand management, as well as produce sourcing. And so as we kind of cap our time today, we want to leave you with the hard facts of numbers, because oftentimes when we overview equity, it hits a lot of touchy subjects. And so to come to the table with black and white facts of really looking at the racialized wealth divide and gaps here in the United States that hold us back, here locally that hold us back, where Black median household wealth is projected to reach a path of 0 by 2053, where it takes one Black American household 228 years to equate the wealth of one white family, compared to their Latino counterparts, and where it would take them 84 years to equate the wealth of one white family. So we examined these solutions around not only sourcing produce, it's so much more than that. It's a challenge to institutions, groups, and organizations to really put their money where their mouth is, because the Michigan Minority Procurement Conference released results of a study on economic equity for people of color. And the staggering results showed that it will take 333 years for minority business enterprises to achieve the revenue equity with white-owned businesses in our nation. And this is highly reflected within our local food system, ag, industry, and sector. And so as you see the second number there, 15, based on their study, they're stating if institutions, organizations, and groups commit to a baseline percentage and increase that percentage by 1% every year for 15 years, that 333-year gap is reduced to 15. So our advocacy, community engagement, and sustainability focuses on forwarding equity as the means of utilizing agriculture as a change agent, as a great equalizer, as a way to solve many problems across a variety of communities. So Tiffany, I'm really appreciative for the chance to be on the call with you today, presenting at the conference, and I look forward to connecting with you in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley. This concludes our session. I just want to say that the biggest part of our session when we wanted to do it in person was to have a backwards and forwards conversation about the things that we discuss. And of course, doing this virtually, we want to urge you all to get our contact information. We're Googleable. Everybody has our information. If there's a story you want to tell, if there's something that you want more information on, please reach out to us. Tiffany@cfaky.org is the email. My cell phone number, 859-684-9138. That's how intentional I am. Blow my cell phone up. And I just really hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference and have a good rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Ms. Belfield and Ms. Tiffany Smith. Tiffany is monitoring the comments, so if you have any questions, please send them in the chat. Since some of you may have never had the opportunity to visit our research and demonstration farm, we want to take you on a quick virtual tour of the facility. Do enjoy.
Welcome to the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Farm, located on Mills Lane in Franklin County in central Kentucky.
Originally purchased in 1986 as 203 acres, the farm's total acreage today is almost 300. The farm has space for research projects ranging from soil management to livestock nutrition to urban agriculture. Researchers grow and study organic hemp to help Kentucky farmers who are new to the crop. Honeybees are studied and protected to ensure the future of the honeybee population and the plants they pollinate.
The conception rates of 100 meat goats are studied here, as well as rotational grazing methods and nutritional supplements. And that's just to name a few of the research projects happening every day. The farm is also home to the Center for Sustainability of Farms and Families, a multifunctional building
with a commercial kitchen for processing and food preparation. Delicacies like pawpaw jam have been prepared here. Since 1994, researchers have grown more than 2,000 pawpaw trees from 16 states on the farm in the USDA National Clonal Germplasm Repository. At the Gene Bank, which draws visitors from all over the world, researchers work to improve the growing of the pawpaw, a banana, mango, pineapple flavored fruit that's native to Kentucky. The farm serves as a real-world laboratory for Kentucky State University researchers and extension agents. From sunrise to sunset, they apply thoughts, ideas, and science to the land. One county over is Kentucky State University's Environmental Education Research Center, a space for protecting and enhancing 308 acres of Kentucky's wild lands. Located in Pleasureville in Henry County, the EERC includes a 1.6 acre pond, 6.5 miles of walking trails, and sites for anthropology, aquatic sciences, forestry, biology, and science education. The EERC is a collaborative learning facility where people from across the Commonwealth can learn about the environment by observing plants and animals while walking the trails, studying the fish that live in the pond, and more.
Thank you, Megan. Our farm and EERC are truly beautiful and provide our students and researchers among amazing opportunities to learn. Our next presentation will encourage you to get up and get moving, so stand up and stretch and join Mr. Lima Mishra and Happy Rifle as they educate us on how diet and exercise go hand in hand.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Nilima Mishra, and I am a state specialist for nutrition at Kentucky State Extension. Today, we are going to talk about healthy habits. Healthy habits has two parts in it. One is eating healthy food, and another is exercising regularly. So today, we are going to emphasize upon eating healthy and doing exercise and how these things should go hand in hand whenever we are talking about healthy habits or whenever we are focusing on leading a good, healthy life. So this is just a picture which shows that eating healthy and exercise are two important things, and they should go together. If you are only eating healthy and not exercise, this is not going to help you. And if you are exercising, focusing more, but eating all sorts of high-calorie food, then it is not good. It won't be healthy habits. Good nutrition combined with physical activity can help you reach and maintain a healthy weight, reduce your risk of chronic diseases like heart disease and cancer, and promote your overall health. Today, we all are struggling, many of us are struggling through maintaining a healthy weight. Many of us are going through many chronic health conditions, and I'm telling you that if you will eat healthy and exercise regularly or just be physically active, like just go walk your dog regularly or walk some steps or just park your car away from your workplace and walk few steps, even that exercise along with a good nutrition or balanced diet will be called healthy habits, and it is going to help you in long run to lead a healthy life. Let's see some benefits of healthy habits. So what if we are talking about healthy habits, there should be some benefits we must be getting through leading a healthy lifestyle. It controls weight. We really struggle to maintain a healthy weight nowadays. So if we follow good diet, good nutritious eating habits, and exercise regularly, it helps us to control weight or maintain the healthy weight. It improves mood. Many people, we just went through a major pandemic, the corona pandemic, and there were many people who went through mental issues or went through low mental phases. So if you will exercise regularly, and we know the importance of eating balanced diet and exercising regularly, we know there are certain hormones which are called happy hormones. For example, there are hormones like dopamine, oxytocin, those are feel-good hormones. So whenever we exercise and whenever we eat a balanced diet, low-calorie and low-carbohydrate, high-fiber diet, it improves the flow of those happy hormones like oxytocin and dopamine and improves our mood. It helps fight against diseases. Now, when we talk about diseases, mainly I'm talking about the chronic diseases like heart conditions, diabetes for that matter, and cholesterol problems, arthritis, hypothyroidism, everything, and even cancer. So if we follow healthy lifestyle, and meaning by healthy lifestyle, again, I'm saying that eating good, balanced, nutritious food and exercising or being physically active will definitely fight against diseases. And in further slides, we are going to talk more about that. The healthy habits also boosts energy and strength. Healthy habits include exercise. So whenever we exercise, we definitely feel more energetic because our blood flow becomes very smooth. So we feel energetic, and our bones and muscles go stronger and stronger as we exercise regularly. So definitely healthy habits will help us to boost our energy levels and build strength in our muscles and bones. It also improves longevity of our life or long, healthy life. We want to live longer. Everybody wants to live longer. But we also want to live longer, and we also want to be healthy when we are living longer. So if we have healthy habits, if we adopt healthy habits, if we exercise regularly and eat balanced diet, it also will improve the healthy long life. Let's look at all these things one by one. So when I said that healthy habits help us in controlling weight, I don't want anyone to go to size 0. By controlling weight, I'm not talking about losing weight in a not so good manner, but I'm talking about maintaining a healthy weight. So when you eat a balanced diet, you gain lesser calories. Now, what do you mean by a balanced diet? We have a simple tool called My Plate, and it says that if you are having enough proteins in your diet, if you are having good fats like omega-3 fatty acids in your diet, if you are eating lots of good carbohydrates and high fiber diet in the form of fruits and vegetables, and if you are including whole grains in your diet like eating whole wheat bread or eating whole wheat pasta kind of things, then definitely, or cereals, your morning cereals, then definitely it can be called a balanced diet. So if you eat a balanced diet, then through that diet you will get lesser calories. And for that matter, then what are the foods which are not giving you lesser calories but giving you higher calories? All sorts of food which we like pizzas and burgers and steak patties, yeah, all those foods. We should eat them, but just once in a while, just when we are in a mood to enjoy, or if we are having friends and family coming over for having a dinner or something with us, then definitely we can have those sorts of food. But in daily diet, your food should be following a healthy course, following a My Plate, which shows us how the balanced diet should be. So you gain calories when you eat food. And when you exercise, you lose calories because the body uses all the calories you have gained to provide you energy to exercise. So these are two things. When you eat balanced diet, you are getting lesser calories, and when you exercise, you are losing calories. There is a simple equation to maintain a healthy weight. Calories in should be equal to calories you are expending or calories out, then there will not be any weight gain. So that's why I said that exercise and diet should go hand in hand so that you will be able to maintain this equation and you will be able to maintain the healthy weight. Next thing I said that healthy habits will help us to improve mood. Again, I told you about the happy hormones or feel-good hormones, dopamine and oxytocin. So when we exercise, our body naturally releases those happy hormones and we feel fine, we feel nice. When we exercise or we eat healthy food, we feel happy, we feel lighter physically and mentally. It also gives us a lot of confidence and self-esteem when we feel good, when our body looks good. When we exercise regularly, it definitely improves mood and mental functioning. What else we can gain by following healthy habits? It also fights against diseases. I will say that prevention is better than cure. So if you are not having any health issues, it will always be good to follow the healthy habits. It will be always good to do exercise regularly or be physically active and eat healthy food. It will help in preventing, or if you already have those conditions, then healthy diet and exercise will help you to manage heart diseases, cholesterol, high blood pressure or hypertension, diabetes, arthritis, and even depression or mental health conditions. Your blood will start flowing smoothly because, as we know, if we are eating healthy food has lots of fibers in them, like fruits and vegetables. So there will be less chances of you getting high cholesterol problem, and the blood will flow smoothly through your arteries and veins, and it keeps the heart rate normal. It also keeps your breathing and working of your lung, your respiratory system, working fine, working normal. So definitely, the healthy habits will help you fight against those chronic conditions which you might have, or if you want to prevent from getting those chronic conditions. Next thing I will recommend is healthy habits boost energy and strength. I told you that if you exercise regularly, your bone density will increase, your bones will become more stronger, your muscles will have healthy nutrients, and if you are working those muscles out, they will be lean and strong with lots of muscle fibers, dense muscle fibers in them. So if you exercise regularly, it is going to boost your energy and strength. Have you felt lethargic after a heavy meal or no physical activity? Sometimes, if you might have observed that if you are eating high calorie food, I mean more sugary food or more food with fats, food with more fats, then you feel lethargic after some time or after having your meal. And if you are just lying around on the couch whole day, you feel lethargic. So good food and exercise help you to feel energetic and help you to feel strong. Exercise improves your muscular strength, I said this earlier, and it also improves your endurance. Endurance means you will be able to walk for a longer time. You will be able to climb more stairs maybe. You will be able to do exercise for longer duration. So if you will have healthy diet and if you will keep on doing physical activity regularly, then you will improve your muscle strength and your endurance. Balanced diet gives fuel to body to manage energy levels. It also improves longevity or long, healthy life. Regular physical activity keeps your organs active and healthy for longer duration. Like your heart will remain healthy for longer duration. Your respiratory system, your lungs will work more better. So if you will keep doing physical activity, all your organs, not just heart and lung, but your brain, your nervous system, everything will start working very fine, and for longer duration, you will live a healthy life. Nutritious, low-calorie food keeps your body energetic and active for a longer time. Healthy habits boost your chances of a long, healthy life. So these are 4 factors when we talk about healthy life or healthy living. Think positive. Your brain, your mental energy should be positive. Eat better, exercise often, and feel good. This is complete, like they are interlinked. These 4 things are interlinked. Thinking positively, eating better, exercising often, and feeling good will go together and you will achieve a healthy living. So, to summarize, keep these things in mind. Bad habits are hard to break, but once you adopt a healthier lifestyle, you won't regret this decision. Healthy habits reduce the risk of certain diseases, improve your physical appearance and your mental health, and give a much needed boost to your energy levels. You won't change your mindset and behavior overnight, so be patient and take it one day at a time. Remember, consult your physician to make sure your diet and exercise plans are compatible with your medications and health conditions. Do not be your own doctor. Do not overdo exercise. It might be harmful for your body. Do not fall prey to fad diets. Maybe somebody will tell you, okay, I was on cabbage soup diet. I was on keto diet. But consult your doctor or a nutritionist or a dietitian before starting a new diet regime. These are some references I have used to create this presentation. And thank you so much. There are details, my contact details, my email ID, nilima.mishra@kysu.edu. You can reach out to me, you can email me, and I will answer all your questions related to diet and nutrition. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Happy Raphael, and I am a SNAP Education Assistant from Kentucky State University Extension. Nalima told you all about nutrition and exercise going hand in hand, so I'm just going to share with you a little exercise routine that'll help you to get your 30 minutes recommended exercise each day. So just start marching while I talk for a second. Remember, you're in charge of your workout. If something hurts, don't do it. You could do most of these exercises sitting down. So if you want to do that, go right ahead. And don't forget, drink your water because hydration is very important. So let's get started. Let's take a big inhale up and exhale out and inhale up and exhale out. We'll get one more. The arms stay down, and this time, shoulders up and down. Remember standing tall. Remember pulling your belly in tight. Take your shoulders front and squeeze your back. So we're just getting our body warmed up a little bit. Let's do 4 and 3. Here's 2. And that's the last one. So marching is one of the exercises. Another thing we'll do is heel digs. This is a heel dig. And march. Another thing we'll do is the knee lift. Here's your knee lift. If your hip's been replaced, your knee would not go higher than your hip. And we march. And the next thing will be a little kick. If it hurts your knee, just do a knee lift and not a kick. And we march. So those are the main moves we're going to use. And so we're going to go. I march, 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 and heel, we'll dig. I march, 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 and dig. A 4 and 3, 2. Now just heel digs. Be sure you're standing up nice and tall. And we're going to go single, single, double. Single, single, there's a double. A single, single, a double. A single, single, a double. There's 4 more. Single, single, and double. Single, single, a double. And we'll do one more. Single, single, a double. Now just singles. And let's march. And we're going to march, march, march a knee. A march, march, march a knee. Here's a 4, a 3, 2, and just the knees. Again, we're going single, single, then a double, single, single, double. A single, single, a double. A single, single, a double. A single, single, a double. A single, single. We have one more. Just do doubles. Here's a 4, and 3, and 2. Back to the single. We're going to keep this neat. We're going to take our feet wide apart. Bring your hands to the outside. You'll get your waist working. Single, single, double. Single, single, there's a double. And single, single, a double. Single, single, a double. Single, single. Don't stop yet. 2 more. Last time. Keep the doubles. Four more doubles. And the single. Bring the knee back to the front. And we march. And we're going. March, 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 and a kick. A march, march, march. Whoop. One more. Just kick. And we're punching with that kick. And single, single, double. Single, single, there's the double. Single, single, a double. Two more. Last time. We're going to keep the doubles. Remember, if you need a drink, get a drink. This is the last double. Back to singles. We're going to take this kick out to the side. Again, we'll do single, single, double. Single, single, a double. We have 4 more. And just double. Four more doubles. And the single. And the front kick. And we march. Let's do a few arms. Arms are long, shoulders are down, bellies are tight. Lift your arms shoulder height to the side. I'll lift them in the front. At the side for 2. And the front for 2. Side is 2. Front is 2. One side, one front. Next time, up at the sides, I want you to stop. Little pump. Turn your thumbs up and pump. And your palms are up. Stop right here. Bend the elbows. Bend until your hands just go up towards the ceiling. We have 4 more. And stop right here. Close and open. Up 4 more just like that. And the last one. Now shake your arms down. We're going to go back to lower body. We're going to do a march, 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 and a tap. A march, 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 and tap. We're going to give this some direction. March, 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 and tap. Let's change this to 2 steps, 1 and 2. And then we're going to add on. We are going to add a hamstring curl or a heel to the butt. Step together, step and curl. This is the last one. Just curl right here. Now arms coming across the chest. Arms overhead. Across the chest. And we tug. And now we're stepping side to side. Take a toe and tap across the front. Again, we're doing a little twist at the waist. And the tap just is in front. And heels a dig 'em. Let's do a double. Let's use our brain a little bit. Let's change this double to 1 heel dig to the front and 1 heel dig to the side. It's still a double, but go front and wide. Here's forward and 3, a 2, just heel dig wide, heel dig front, and the knee, and the kick. 4 more kicks, 4, 3, 2, 4 knees, 4 heel digs, and we march. So we are going to do a little stretching. So we've done a little exercise. It's not all you need today, but it's a part of it. Bring your arms up, shoulder height. Bring your hands together in front and just lengthen your arms out. Now open as wide as you can. And again, we close in front. And we open as wide as you can. Shake them down. Now take your feet wide apart. We're going to lunge from side to side. When you lunge, be sure that your knee does not go out further than your foot. The next one we're going to hold. Watch that this knee hasn't passed your foot. And now turn. Our legs are wide apart. Pressing through both feet, I want you to bend the knee that's in front. Don't let that knee go out further than your toe is. Your hands can balance on your leg. If you need a chair to balance with, that'd be good. Be sure your stomach stays high. I want you to lean forward with a straight, strong back. You'll feel that stretch go up the back of your legs. And you can take a little deeper if you like to. And come back up. Turn. Now we're leaning to the other side. Again, be sure this knee doesn't go past your foot. And now we're turning. Both knees pressed in. The front knee bends. Don't let your knee go past your toes. Balance on the left leg. Keep your back straight. Lean forward a bit. And if you want to, go forward a little bit more. Walk back up. Bring your legs in. So that's a little portion of our exercise we need for today. Be healthy, be happy. I will see you another day.
Oh my goodness, what a workout. Thank you, Nalima, for the food, nutrition information. I'm going to eat healthier. And for those who got a chance to work out with Happy, if you kept up, kudos to you. Thank you, Happy. And for those who are monitoring the chat, Ms. Nalima will be on the chat if you have any questions for her in regards to food nutrition. Next, Tamara Benjamin from Purdue University, Assistant Program Leader for Diversified Farming and Food Systems, will present on how to better design your farm.
Well, it's great to have you all here today. We're going to be talking about how to better design your farm. I think one of the things that happens when farmers are just starting out, or even after they've been farming for a while, they maybe haven't sat down and really thought about like what's the best way to design your farm. And when we talk about designing your farm, we usually mean that there's some kind of objective or some kind of a purpose in why you're designing your farm. It's just like if you're going to design your house, you want to design it to how you like it, the right kind of kitchen, or a big grassy area in the back for your kids to play. And so this talk is all going to be about how do you, which every one of you is unique, can better design your farm. And this first photo that I have is of Anne from Annie's Orchard, a good friend of mine, and she has a U-pick fruit. She's a U-pick fruit farmer, so that means she's got blueberries and strawberries and peaches, and I think she's got some pears and apples. And basically what she does is she has a U-pick farm all year, all summer long, and so she needs to make sure she designs her farm so that it is the best farm for somebody that wants to come and do U-pick. And I'm sure as you're thinking about that, there are different things then she needs to do to design her farm so that it's accessible for people to walk on her farm. It's safe for kids to run around and pick strawberries. It's all these kinds of social things, but there's also the productive side. She wants to design her farm so she's producing more strawberries, she's producing them sustainably, she's not ruining the soil on her farm, things like that. And so everything that has to do with designing your farm is based on her goals. And in the perspective for you as a farmer, you should be thinking about what your goals are. And I'm going to I use lots of photos when I'm talking in a presentation, because I think a lot of times you can kind of think about what it means when we're talking about some concept or some topic. And this is one from a farmer that I met in Honduras in Central America. And when you look at him, you can see what are some of the things that are important to him. His horse is very, very important. It carries the firewood back to his family so that they can cook their food. His rubber boots, those are crucial for a farmer in Latin America. They're lightweight. If it starts to rain, you don't end up with soaking wet feet. The other thing that's really important to him is his machete. That's usually what most people in Latin America in the rural area use. for everything, to build a fence, to clean a pasture, to cut his firewood like this. And so this man, he has a lot of different aspects of what he wants his farm to look like. And he's unique. He's unique to Anne, who was in the last photo, and he's unique to who you are as a farmer. So when we talk about design, it has to do with what your goal is, what your purpose, what you hope will come out of that farm. And I could pick up lots and lots of news articles and look to see what it is that the goal is. And here in this one, food security, agriculture policy, and the role of small scale farmers. And the goal here is to intensify production systems. In this one, the goal is to bring fresh student grown produce to cafeterias. So for you on your farm, you have specific goals or a mission that you have that you hope to be able to accomplish with your farm. And your goals are going to be different than your neighbor's goals, and different than the person that lives, 20 miles or 200 miles away. So when we're talking about farms, and I want to make sure that we all understand that I'm talking about farms that are predominantly smaller scale, diversified. If we're talking about a large scale corn or bean grower, their goals are pretty set. They want to produce lots of corn and soybeans for a commodity market, and that's what their goals are. But the majority of farmers that are out there are these small scale diversified farms. And we can look at small scale from two different ways. We can look at it from an acreage side, or we can look at it how USDA terms it, and that's less than 350,000 gross capital GCFI. So the issue here is how much is that you're selling, or that your value of your farm is. If you're selling more than $350,000, then you probably are a medium or large scale farmer. We know that most of the farmers that are in the United States, in Indiana in particular, 75% of all farmers own less than 200 acres, and more than 90% are considered small family farms from the USDA standpoint. Just in the United States, we know that 99% of the US farmers are family farms, although 2/3 of them are either people that are retired or their primary occupation is off the farms. There's only about 1/3 of those that are full-time farmers. We also know that family farms make up about 89% of the production that goes in, and most of the farms are small scale. So 90% of the farms in the United States are considered small scale, but they are only 50% of the land. So we have lots of farmers on not as much land. And we know that 50% of all of our farms have annual sales of less than $10,000. So there are a variety of different farmers that are out there, all doing different things with all different goals and objectives. And we have to think about that when we are then now designing a farm. So here are just some photos of farmers. This is a father and son farming operation in the northeastern part of Indiana. They have everything from livestock farming to producing vegetables. They have a pizza night every Friday night in the summertime. Their goals and objectives are very different than this farmer. This is Trinity Acres Farm, which is just south of West Lafayette and about the central part of the state. Their goals are very different. They've got a lot of goats, and they've got some vegetable farms, and vegetable production, and they sell into local farmers markets. So they're very different. One is a multi-generational farming family. This one is more of a retired farming family. And then we have Harvest Moon Flower Farm in the southern part of the state. In the back of that photo, you can see Linda Chapman, who's the owner. And then in the front is Carmen Shepard, and she is one of Linda's workers and has been working there since she was 12 years old. And again, the goals or the objectives of each of these farms based on their production, based on who they are as people and their age and their culture and their customs, based on their economics, how much money they can invest. All of those things then build off of how we can actually better design a farm. This is actually my farm in Costa Rica. I lived in Costa Rica for a little over 15 years total. And you know, when you look at this, many people might say, well, that's just a lot of stuff in there. But yet every single one of those components worked off of each other. So you can see there's some chickens that are there. They're eating the forage. There's sugarcane there that was used both for feeding to the hogs. So we have a couple of pigs in the shelter that's to the right of the photo. And then any of that didn't get eaten because they would just suck the sugar out of the sugarcane would then be applied into our compost and then would go back into producing bananas and other things. There are banana trees in there. There are some palm trees up above that also produce a fruit that could be given to both the chickens and the pigs. The big tree that's there with the larger leaves, that's a nitrogen fixing tree. And you can prune that heavily. Chickens will eat it, the leaves, as well as the hogs. And then mixed into all of that in the kind of middle story are probably about 4 or 5 different kinds of fruit trees that we would eat or we would give to the animals as another part of their diet. So what am I trying to say with all these photos? Well, I think it's really important that we understand that farms are a system of parts that are interconnected and interrelated. And if we want to better design your farm so that it has everything working together perfectly, that you are putting nutrients back into the soil to produce better forage, to produce better animals, you want to be able to look at your farm holistically so that you can see how these interactions are happening between all of the parts. And I think that's one of the things when we're talking about design is we want to be thinking about how everything is connected. How is everything interacting with each other? Because what you want to do is you want to build off of those systems that work well together. And you want to eliminate those systems that maybe are competing with each other or that aren't actually building each other up. So when we start with design, there's a lot of different little components to it that we want to be thinking about, but you want to take into consideration a bunch of factors that are important to making decisions about your design. And some of the factors that you need to take into consideration are your farming conditions. Where are you producing? Are you producing where it floods every other year? Are you producing where there's lots of erosion going on? Are you producing in really poor soil? So what are your conditions of your farm like? The next thing that you want to be thinking about is what's the production system that you have? So are you producing vegetables that you sell into a farmer's market? And how far away is that farmer's market? Are you producing eggs, hens that lay eggs that you sell? You know, what does that look like? What are all the documentation that you have to have? Do you have other people that know what they're doing or that you can get into a good market in order to sell? Are you able to sell all of your eggs? So that system, that production system, and sometimes we only think about producing, but it's not just producing. A production system is the entire supply chain. So, you know, how are you going to produce it to how are you going to end up selling it? And then how do you invest back again into your farm? And then another really important factor to take into consideration is just you, the farmer, the grower, the rancher. Who you are is just as important as the type of farm or the farming conditions that you're farming in. And I say this because a lot of times we disregard going and getting an education like you're doing right now, learning about things, talking to people, networking with farmers, building your social networks so that you can better access your consumers, or you can better access people that can help you as you're growing your business, your farming business. So the growers, you as a person, are really important and need to be taken into consideration. And then the other thing that you really need to think about is, what is your goal? I've talked to lots of farmers all over the world, and a lot of times they will tell me things like, well, I just want the price of corn to go up. And I think everyone would say the same thing. We'd love for prices to go up so that we could get a better income for the products that we're producing. But a lot of times we can't control that. And so we need to think about realistically what your goals should be and what you'd like your goals to be. And so one thing is to think about is, can you increase the productivity of your land? Maybe you're producing something that's not very productive. You just love producing it, but it's not very productive. So you need to think about, what are all of the things that you're producing on your land, and which ones can help you be more productive. What about diversifying your production? Now we want to be careful with this and not over diversify so that you're pulling your hair out because you've got too many things going on. But also just putting everything in all your eggs in one basket can usually be a recipe for disaster. So you want to be thinking about how to diversify your production. We even hear that now with corn and soybean growers. They're thinking about other things to diversify into, because if you get into a commodity type system like corn and soybeans, you're very much beholden to whatever those prices are on the commodity scale. There are lots of other goals that are out there, but I think another big one that people talk about a lot is how to improve the environmental conditions of your farm. So increasing soil health, capturing water, or letting water run off in a sustainable way. What are some of the things that you can do to improve the conditions of your soil, of your farm? And we talk about this a lot now with climate smart agriculture. A lot of times people will talk about climate smart agriculture as just, pushing carbon into the soil. And that's a good thing to do. I'm nothing against that. But we also need to be thinking about, what are all of the adaptations that we should be doing? What should we be doing to the farm so it gets us ready so that we can bear any of the climate change situations that are upon us? So I want you to just be realistic in understanding that sustainable agriculture can be very complex. This is a corn and walnut tree agroforestry system in the photo. And I think what's really important here is that, when we plant two things together, there are competitions that are going on. There are challenges that are happening. You have to have the right row space so that a tractor can get down there. You have to be thinking about, well, if the trees are shading out my crop, what do I do? Or is there actual root issues that are going on where the roots are competing for water and nutrients? So there's complexity when we talk about a sustainable agriculture system. And we need to be thinking about that, and we need to be thinking about it in terms of design. And design starts with what's called diagnostics, or what's going on your farm. And some people will call this asset mapping. So you're looking at all the assets that you have, and you're thinking about them, and you're wondering, how can you benefit from the different assets that you have? And that's really these diagnostics. And there are three different areas that we look at when we're talking about diagnostics, or asset mapping your assets. And they are biophysical, social, cultural, and economic. And we're going to go through all of those in this conversation. The idea is for you to start thinking about what you have. So I'm going to give you lots of examples, but the reality is you have to take the time and energy to start thinking about what it is that you have on your farm, and what do you have personally in your own situation, so that you can start to make better decisions. And the understanding is then that will lead into design, right? So design is thinking about the future and what that's going to look like. You want to redo your kitchen, you come up with a plan. You don't just start tearing down walls and doing things. You actually have a plan. Well, that's the same thing with the farm. You should have a plan in place, a design in place as to what you want that farm to look like. Now, again, I want to go back. Every farmer is different. And this is back to the Hawkins family farm. So this is Jeff and Zach Hawkins, and they have lots going on. They are concerned about their pastures, which is the top one, and making sure that their animals have good pastures to graze on. They're also dealing with soil health. These are potatoes that were literally dug out with just his hands. The soil was so friable, was so fresh and easy to dig in. He could just dig them out with his hands. And then the lower left corner is Jeff using tarps for weed management. So there's lots of things going on a very diverse farm. And you need to be thinking about all those things when you're then designing, so that you're not designing, you're not thinking about, okay, well, if I'm going to plant these potatoes, how am I going to deal with all of the weeds? How am I going to deal with, you know, the soil health, so that the soil that I leave after I've dug out the potatoes are in good shape for whatever crop comes next. So there's lots of things that you need to be thinking about when you are designing. It's not just, oh, I'm going to put in an irrigation system. That might be part of your design, but you need to think about, what does that all entail, and how will it end up affecting your farm? This is Growing Power Indy. This is an urban farm, and again, lots going on here. Everything from the packing house and how does that look, to all the raised beds that have to be tended. When you're designing a farm, you're also thinking about crop rotations. You're thinking about all the different spaces of where you have to grow crops. So whether it's high tunnel, which is high rent, you don't want to be putting cover crops in a high rent area usually. You're constantly thinking, though, in a design as to all the different things that have to go into producing something and producing something well. So what does planning entail? And you know, these are just two different systems where they're protecting the soil from weed growth. As many of you probably know, weeds tend to be one of the biggest challenges that farmers have for producing, especially vegetable crops. And so both of these are using kind of a tarp system to basically to stagnate the weed growth from, they sprout up, they don't have any light, and they die, and then you can come back in and take that tarp off and plant something. Well, there's a lot that goes into this, right? So there, on the top left corner is a high tunnel. It's very nicely done, lots of investment in it. That's an actual asset. That's something that farmer needs to understand. Okay, I have a high tunnel. How am I going to use this? How am I going to protect it so that we don't get more weeds coming in? What is all needed for me to be successful in that high tunnel? And the one on the bottom, same thing. It's just a different set of assets. You have the same goal. You don't want weeds to grow. You want to produce vegetables, but you have different assets. And so you need to understand what your assets are in order to then make your design. And we talk about design being the how, now, wow, or the now, how, wow, either one that you say it. And basically what you're doing is you want to understand where you're at right now. So this is your assets today. What kind of soil do you have? What kind of clients do you have? Customer base? You know, how much time do you have to put into it? Do you have the knowledge? What are all of your assets right now? And then you want to think about, like, in the future, your wow, your design, what you want your farm to look like. I want to have gotten more training in vegetable production. I want my soils to be healthier. I want more clients or more customers buying my vegetables, things like that. That's your wow. That's what you want. That's the future, and your goals and your hopes, right? Well, how are you going to get there? Right? That's the key. That's your design. How are you going to get to that? How are you going to get to that wow? And that whole process then is the design of the new farm. So what does your farm have? That's your diagnostics. And we're going to go over this farm as just one for you to kind of see how we would start working with a farm. And then what do you want it to have? That's the design. That's the how you're going to get there is your design. So this is a farm that's just west of Purdue University, and it's in an area, you'll see here, this is like a satellite photo from up above. And you can see this is Beheeler property in Warren County. That's what you saw down below in the first photo. And basically what you want to start out with when you're doing a farm design is kind of understanding, where does your farm sit? Does your farm sit in the middle of a city? Does your farm sit in the middle of a mountain area? Where does your farm sit? Does it fit near a river system? In this case, they're close to the Grand Prairie Natural Region, they're close to the Big Rivers Natural Region, and they're close to the Plain Natural Region. So it's kind of a confluence of a lot of different things that are going on. And you can see there's a lot of forested area in that area. They're somewhat close to West Lafayette, which is which is a fairly large marketing area. But you're kind of seeing from a large scale, where does your property fit into the whole scheme of things? And that really helps you to start to think of things from a very large scale. But we don't want to just stay there because that doesn't give us a lot of information about the soils, the land actually that we have to work with and things like that. So we want to bring that scale down a little bit and start looking at even closer what's going around the Beheelers, the farm, and also understanding who are the Beheelers. This is from quite a few years ago. They had two younger kids and kind of a middle school child, very involved in 4-H. And they were trying to create a farm that would be beneficial for their family. They were very involved in 4-H. And they were trying to figure out ways where they could get their kids involved in the farm and have little projects on the farm that they could, earn money from and things like that. Well, interestingly enough, their property is in the middle of some really interesting areas. It was close to what's called the Cranberry Marsh. And so they would get lots of different critters there. And they were also really close to CRP land, which is conservation land. It wasn't being farmed, whereas you can see all the rest of this kind of bare land, that's all farmland. And so they were a little bit surrounded by some natural areas, which they really appreciated because they wanted those areas for their kids to grow up and learn about the snakes and birds and anything else. If we go down even closer to their farm, so I showed you, we came from way out, we're coming down even closer. Well, this is their property. It's delineated on the satellite image. This is taken, as you can see, from Google Earth. And you can now start to sketch out on a farm or on a map like this, what's on their farm. Well, they have sheep pasture with paddocks. They have a prairie patch. They had a small, relatively small, large garden. And then they had a hardwood plantation that they had started. This is their house. This is their driveway. You can see all of that kind of stuff. So you can start to see, okay, this is their farm. And, you can kind of think, oh, well, this whole area up here is kind of lost land. Maybe there's some area there that they could be doing some design with. Well, if you get closer in even to that area, that's actually where the septic field is. So there's not a lot you can do there. But there is some space around here. They started planting in some fruit trees and things like that. But a design starts with a map. You really want to see, where are you at in the location of, just the landscape, then who are your neighbors, what's going on around you, and then, all the way down to your farm, what's going on your farm. How are you utilizing the space? to the maximum of the goal that you have. Remember, each of us have different goals. So I've taught this class many times to many students, mostly in Costa Rica. But what I think is really interesting is this part where we're drawing maps, where we're walking the land, we're drawing maps, we're looking at it from a side view, we're thinking about it from an eagle's view or from up above. And what does that look like? What's going on the farm right now? What are the assets that you have? And when you put somebody to actually draw the farm themselves, it's interesting to see kind of what they highlight. And this is, sorry that this is in Spanish, but this is a woman from, I think it was from Guatemala, and they asked her to draw her farm. And interestingly enough, she drew out her farm and where it is in relationship to the school and, to other things like that. And she also drew in this kind of what were her problems, but this was, draw out your farm. And she drew out the horse as this huge horse, much larger scale to everything else. And I think what's important is to allow people to draw their farm. You guys, your kids, your spouse, anyone that's interacting there, to see how they perceive their farm differently than others. And I really like this one because one man had his daughter draw the farm, and she literally drew a huge carrot. That's all she drew for the farm, because that's what was important to her. That was one of the most important parts of the farm. Well, that starts giving you keys and clues as to maybe what you should be doing. Interestingly enough, this is probably some of the best carrots I've ever had have come from this farm. So thinking about, what are your assets? What do you have on the farm? What's working? Not always looking at what's the problem or what's not working, but actually looking at what is working and how can you better utilize what's working so that you can build even more. Ultimately, what you want to have is kind of a map that looks like this, that you've taken all this information together and you've now drawn out kind of a idea of what you want, what your goal is for your farm. And again, it's kind of like the blueprint that you get from the construction company when they come over and they're going to redo your kitchen, right? They're moving the refrigerator over here and the stove over here. Well, it's the same kind of thing. You want to take this map that you've been putting together and draw out what you would like it to see, matching what your goal or your mission is for your vision is for your farm. Now, on top of doing that work with the map, you want to really be thinking about what are the biophysical factors that are going to impact you being successul. So let's say that your goal is to produce more strawberries, okay? So we'll go back to Anne from the very first photo. She wants to produce more strawberries. Well, what are some of the things that she needs to be thinking about when it comes to producing more strawberries? Well, we know for a fact that strawberries have a lot of issues when it comes to diseases. Is it getting enough rainfall? Is it the right soil type to be using? All of those things are part of the biophysical factors that are going to impact whether your design works or doesn't work. And so you want to make sure that you're thinking about, okay, I have a really acidic soil. Maybe blueberries are the best thing for you to be planting, right? So thinking about all of those assets that you have, and not from a negative perspective of, oh, I have an acidic soil, I can't do anything. No, I have an acidic soil and blueberries do really well in that soil. So thinking about those kinds of ideas. Now, you're coming from a different state than me. Kentucky is probably different crops that should be looked at, but you still need to think about all the different biophysical factors that could have an impact on the crops that you are selecting or the animals that you want to produce. This goes back to that Zach Hawkins and pulling up potatoes with his hands, just digging out the potatoes with his hands. They have a beautiful soil. There's the soil health in that soil is one of the top that I've ever seen. They have not had to do a lot to get to that, but it was their goal. Their objective was to build a soil that was incredibly healthy. So you have to think about that. What are you going to do? And if that's your goal, what are you going to do to get there? Well, you're going to need to have access to compost. You're going to have to be planting cover crops so that you can get carbon back in. You have to do things to limit the amount of tillage on your soil so that the critters that are living there aren't being tilled up all the time. You have to be thinking about your crop rotations and the times where it's going into rest so that it has a time to actually rejuvenate itself. But the biophysical factors are incredibly important to your design, and you need to take time to really think about what you have, what are your assets, and where you want to go with those. Economic factors are the second one that we're talking about, and always interesting to talk about economic factors because, like I said, it's what everyone wants. Everyone wants, a higher price for their products. They want more markets. They want, things like that. But there's much more to economic factors than just the prices, although prices are very important. And if you can go to a farmer's market in Indianapolis or in Louisville or Nashville or something like that, and you can get a higher price, well, there's going to be people that are going to take that initiative to go into some of those better markets and get a higher price there. But as you know, there's probably also costs for going all of that way. So you need to be thinking about all of the different economic factors, both from an asset perspective. You're close to a market, you've got great equipment, you have an actual market that's accessible and ready to pay you the amount that you think. Probably the biggest challenge we have these days, as you can imagine, is labor. And it's happening everywhere, but there's, supply chain problems and labor are probably the two big issues that are really impacting farmers when it comes to economics. And so you need to be thinking about all of those things and weighing, if I do this is how much labor I'm going to have in order to, prepare the soil, plant, take care, and harvest, and then, then sell it. All of those things need some labor in it. So you need to be thinking about that. So yeah, economic factors, when we think about it, there are tools. Do you have access to irrigation, or do you have an irrigation source in there? Lots and lots of different things to be thinking about from an economic perspective. You don't want to be planting something that needs lots of water and then you don't have access to water, that you'll have to, dig a well and put in an entire irrigation unit. That can run up thousands and thousands of dollars. Do you have access to small scale tools? Earthworks is in Kentucky. They're probably one of the best places to get small scale farming equipment. So thinking about all of those kind of things is really important when you are just starting out or you're building this design like we're doing right now. The last one that I want to talk about, this isn't the last slide, but the last factor that I want to talk about is what we would call social cultural factors. And there are lots and lots of factors here that play a part in whether your design will be successful or not. And you need to think about all of these different things when we're thinking about your assets that you're bringing to the table. And I talk about this a lot because I think we tend to disregard many of these things, many of these concepts when we're talking about design. I've met a lot of couples that have nearly divorced, or they've decided to leave the farm because one really wanted to be farming and the other one hated it. So, how does that family union look? Do you have a support group? Do you have this social organization? These are some women in Yucatan Peninsula, and just the social organization there of getting together to make tortillas. They will get together to go weed people's milpas, which are where they produce corn. what does your social community look like? Is it only on Facebook, or do you have people that you can have access to that you can talk to about farming and the challenges of farming, as well as the joys of it? The size and age of family. Met a lot of families that have young kids and really struggle with farming because of all the additional work that is to take care of a family at the same time. So you need to think about all of these different social cultural factors. There's lots of them that they're out there. Do you have the knowledge base, the education to be able to do this? Can you get that from somebody else? You know, what are your trainings that you need? Those are all part of the social cultural factors. And I would really emphasize, don't disregard these assets. These are going to be some of the most important assets that you will build your farm upon, and you need to be aware of them so that you're ready to go. Lots of farmers that I can talk about with social cultural. This is a farm, Dolly's Farm in central Indiana. It's a very wonderful farm, really small, kind of agritourism. People come to see her chickens and buy the eggs and buy lavender products. She's got a lavender farm. And she's also, it's a destination. People come and have their weddings there. So, you know, she has built the social capacity of her farm within the community, and the community all loves this farm. They all are part of that farm. It's a strong asset for her and for her to be successful. This is a farmer's market in Portland, Oregon. And I would say it's probably one of the best farmers stands I've ever seen. But again, you can see just the how it's presented. This is more than just a market, right? There is an eye for this. There is art that's behind it. There's literally somebody there that has that knowledge, that expertise, that the training to put things together so it looks nice and somebody wants to buy it. So again, lots of assets that are out there. Don't disregard them. Just make sure that they're all part of your thought process as you're going forward. Just wanted to make sure I threw in a Calvin and Hobbes cartoon. Do you believe in fate? You mean that our lives are predestined? Yeah, that the things we do are inevitable. What a scary thought. A farm design is not inevitable. It literally is not fate. It is hard work. It is looking at a farm like this and seeing what you want to see on this property 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years from now. What is your farm going to look like? You need a clear sense of where you're going and the direction you're going to shoot your arrow. You can't just shoot it. So you need to be thinking about what's your wow? What is it going to look like in the end? And so one of the things that you do is, once you've figured out all your assets, you know where you want to go, you have your North Star, you've got your goal, you start to think about then what is it going to take in order for you to put all this together to actually have it happen. And so you want to think about like figuring out the least cost method to achieve your objectives. You're going to want to think about what are the trade-offs between if I plant carrots or I plant sweet peppers. What are some of those different trade-offs that your land has, that the use that you have? You also want to think about what is actually the profit potential for selling those. So if you're going to plant carrots or sweet peppers, what is the production value of those two things, and which one can you get a better profit from them? Not everything in a farm should be profit, but you should be thinking about that. Otherwise, you're not going to be farming for very long. You do have to turn a profit at some point. And then you also want to kind of think about, well, if a lot of farmers get into producing lots and lots of different things because they're meeting some of their basic needs for their family on their farm. And that would mean then that they're not purchasing those things off farm. So you want to be thinking about all of those ideas when you're doing your assessment of your economics. It's not just profit, but profit is involved. And then finally, you want to be thinking about what are your attributes for changing. Are you actually going to change? So you figured out what your assets are, you know where you want to go, you have your objective, and you even know kind of how to get there. But are you really going to do it? And so you want to think about, like, is the change going to be something that you can observe? Is it feasible? Can you actually do it? Is it complementary to your farm? You can see there's some logs on your right. Those are all inoculated with mushrooms. And this is one of those things. This was a very, very productive vegetable farm, and the man decided to start growing mushrooms. And he really struggled with it because he was trying to do two things at once. They were not very complementary. And in the end, he gave up most of his vegetable production and is now producing predominantly mushrooms, mostly in enclosed systems, but has some outside as well. Is it simple? Is it better than what you have now? These are all things that you should be thinking about when you're making those decisions about the design that you're putting into your farm. And just finally, this is one of the last slides. We should be really thinking about the issues that you want to take into consideration. So land, is it accessible? Is it available? You're maybe thinking about, well, I'm going to do this and then I'll buy the land next door. Well, can you really do that? Do you have the money to do that? Do you have the employment? Can you do it yourself, or do you have a job and you're having to do this every night and on the weekends and you never get a time off? Or can you hire out? Do you even have access to people to hire? Are there people around? Are your families there to support you? What does the market access look like? Is it distant? Is there are there good amounts of people that are going to that market? I know that there are lots of people that go to farmers markets, but are starting to really drift off because people aren't going to the market like they used to. How about your access to credit or lack thereof? Is this going to be make you more resilient, especially to climate change, like we talked about? How diverse is it? Is being more higher production on a square foot of land important to you? How about food access? So these are just all things that you should be thinking about and taking into consideration. So lots of farmers that are out there that are doing unique things. Each farm in and of itself has a different design. This is Richard Kramer. He's not going to have the same kind of farm as you have. He has lots of high tunnels. He lives in a very windy area. It's the only way that he can produce. He can produce some things outside, but he's very, very susceptible to any climate change. So you need to think about what each farmer brings to the table and how they're designing their farm. Gain something from them and then make the change on your own farm. And I'll just leave you here with this last photo of Julie and Dan Perkins. They're in the northern part of the state. They produce lots of garlic. They're very well known for their garlic. Thank you all for your time. I know I'm leaving some time for questions. Hopefully I'll be on when you guys are having the questions. But it was nice to be able to share a little bit of information with you all. And please feel free to reach out if you would like to talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. Ms. Benjamin is monitoring the comments if you have any questions. I know we just learned about the importance of diet and exercise. But as Nalima says, a treat every once in a while is okay. It just so happened that Kentucky State University makes an amazing pawpaw ice cream. Please join Sherry Crabtree as she shows us how to make this yummy treat.
Hi, my name's Sherry Crabtree. I am a Horticulture Research and Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. And today we're making pawpaw ice cream. So what is a pawpaw? This is a pawpaw fruit that we have right here. Pawpaw is the largest tree fruit native to the United States. So you can find it growing wild in the woods. It's usually part of the understory of hardwood forest. You can find them growing along rivers and streams, but people are also growing them in orchards, just like apple orchards and peach orchards. There are commercial pawpaw orchards, and also you can grow them yourself at home. So this is what the fruit look like. The skin is green. Even when they're ripe, they're mostly green. Sometimes they have a slight yellow color break. If you have never tasted pawpaw fruit before, the flavor is kind of a blend of mango and banana. So let's cut them open, see what they look like inside. So they have a yellow colored flesh. Some of them, this one is a little bit lighter yellow. Some of them will be a little bit more orange. Yellow orange. This one is a little bit bruised. So when they are ripe, they are soft. So similar to a ripe avocado, they have a creamy texture. Let me cut this one open. And you can see they have this row of seeds down the middle. This is a good example of an orange fleshed pawpaw. So you see the range from yellow to orange. So pawpaw is in the custard apple family. It has, like I said, this tropical flavor, kind of a banana mango flavor. And it's actually the only temperate member of that family. The rest of the family are tropical plants, including tropical fruits like cherimoya and custard apple and soursop. So pawpaw is the only member of that family that can grow in areas where it gets cold, where it gets below freezing. So that's why it has kind of this tropical appearance and tropical flavor. So what can you do with pawpaws? Like I said, they're soft when they're ripe. They have a short shelf life. So they either need to be processed and frozen or put in the refrigerator or used right away, because when they're ripe, they have a shelf life of only 2 or 3 days. And right now is when they're starting to get ripe here in this area. Late August through late September is pawpaw season. You can find them at farmers markets or sometimes at small local fruit markets or natural food stores. And some people also like to go and forage for wild fruit. So if you have pawpaw fruit, we're going to show you some things that you can do with them. You can use them in recipes and baking similar to banana. So if you like to make banana bread, banana muffins, you can substitute pawpaw for banana. Jam, wine, beer, yogurt, smoothies, things like that. But today we're going to make what a lot of people's favorite item is, which is pawpaw ice cream. It's a really simple recipe that you can make at home. So the first step is you take your ripe fruit, cut it in half, just like we've already done. And you need to remove the skin and the seeds. The skin and the seeds are not edible. So that's the first step. And this is my favorite way to do it at home. I'm going to put on some gloves because this is a little bit messy, this part. It depends on how many fruit you're processing. If you have more fruit, you might want to use a food mill or something to make it a little bit faster. But if you're only processing a few fruit, I like to use these mesh bags. It's actually a laundry bag, but it's good for this purpose too. So you cut the fruit in half, and you want to take a spoon and run it around the edge of the fruit. The skin has a really bitter flavor, so you want to make sure when you do this that you don't get any skin in with the fruit, and you don't even scrape it too close to the skin to get some residue of the skin in the fruit. So we're going to put it in the mesh bag. Make sure we get all of that good pawpaw. So we're going to remove the seeds and kind of the sac that's around the seeds that's a little bit fibrous, and kind of puree the fruit almost using this bag. You can also use a colander. You could scoop this into a colander and push it through with a spoon. I think this is a little bit easier and quicker. And it's also fun. You get to squish your hands around and pawpaw pulp. So this is some that we have already processed. This is what the pureed pawpaw pulp looks like. But you just want to get it in the mesh bag, hold it over the bowl or container that you're wanting it to go in, and just squeeze, and it comes out through the mesh. Like I said, it's a little bit messy. That's why I put the gloves on. And we already have about the amount that we need for our ice cream in this container. So Just topping it off. Okay, so I will set that aside. So we've got our pawpaw puree. And this is how we make the pawpaw ice cream. So first you want to take your puree, put into the bowl. And this is a really simple recipe. Doesn't call for eggs. You don't have to heat it or make a custard. So we're going to get, that's 1 cup of ripe pawpaw puree. And so into 1 cup of ripe pawpaw, we're going to add 1.5 cups of sugar. There's 1 cup and a half. I'm going to go ahead and stir that together to get it nice and smooth before we add the milk and cream. And this is for a home countertop ice cream maker, which holds 1.5 quarts. So if you're using a large ice cream maker, like one of those that has the big bucket that fits into the bucket of ice and salt, then you can double this recipe. If the recipe's doubled, it will make closer to 1 gallon. So we've got the sugar and the pawpaw pulp mixed together. Then we're going to add 2 cups of cream and 2 cups of milk. Let's measure 2 cups, and this is heavy cream, heavy whipping cream. And I'm gonna whisk it in a little bit at a time so it incorporates better. And if you want to have this extra smooth, you could mix it up in a blender or food processor also. All right, so there's our cream. Stir that in a little more. And 2 cups of milk. Oops. Measure that out. All right, and again, slowly add it so it incorporates better. And again, you could mix it up in a blender or food processor if you wanted. Get all of that pawpaw out of the measuring cup. All right, so this is mixed together. I'm going to get the freezer portion of the ice cream freezer and put that in, and we will pour our ice cream mixture in. All right, so we got our hopper out of the freezer. Let's put it in place. You want to make sure you put the paddle in before you pour the ice cream mixture in. Get the lid on, and we're going to turn this on. And slowly pour the ice cream mixture in as this turns. I'm making a little bit of a mess there. All right, so all of our pawpaw ice cream mixture is in the ice cream freezer. And this varies, of course, by what kind of ice cream freezer you're using. These are pretty fast. These take usually about 15 minutes. And again, you can use a larger ice cream maker with ice and salt. I would double the recipe if you were using it in a larger ice cream maker. This makes about 1.5 quarts. So we're just going to wait for this to freeze, and then we're going to have some pawpaw ice cream. All right, so our pawpaw ice cream is done. You see it has thickened up nicely in our ice cream maker. So let's scoop some out. So we'll take the paddle out. You see it's thickened up really nicely. If you like a soft serve texture, you can eat it straight out of the ice cream freezer. If you want it to be a little bit firmer, you can put a container and put it in the freezer to freeze a little bit harder. So let's get this out into a container. See, it's a nice soft serve consistency right now. That's how I like it. But put it in our freezer container. You see this has a really nice creamy texture. Pawpaw having that creamy texture similar to ripe avocado texture, I think it's really good in things that are smooth and creamy like ice cream and custard and smoothies and things like that. The texture of the fruit really lends itself to recipes like ice cream. And I mentioned you can bake with pawpaw. I personally like pawpaw best in ice cream and smoothies and recipes where it is not baked. You get this really nice, fresh, tropical pawpaw flavor. So again, you can store this in the freezer, let it get a little bit firmer. I think I'm gonna scoop out a little bit right now and try. Get some in a cup. So you see it has the yellow-orange pawpaw color. You see some little flecks of pawpaw pulp in there, but overall it's a really smooth, creamy ice cream. Let's give it a taste. Really nice. Pawpaw has this tropical flavor. Again, the best description is a blend of banana and mango, but really pawpaw has its own unique kind of tropical, tutti fruity flavor and really nice, creamy, smooth ice cream that it makes. So today we used fresh pawpaw pulp. Since pawpaws are in season right now, we used fresh right out of our orchard. But you can freeze pawpaw pulp for longer term storage. Remember, they have a short shelf life when they're ripe. So if you want to keep them for a long time, freezing is the best way to do that. So you would still have the same steps that we showed earlier of cutting the fruit in half, scooping out the insides, and either putting it through the mesh bag or through a colander or a food mill. And then that pawpaw puree that we showed that we put into this ice cream, you can put into freezer bags and freeze for longer term storage. And this is what that looks like. And so this way you can use pawpaw year round. The pawpaw season is fairly short. Pretty much the month of September, the first 3 weeks of September is the peak in this area. So this way you can use pawpaw fruit year round. You can make pawpaw ice cream, pawpaw jam, pawpaw bread year round with the pawpaws that you grew at home. So I hope that you will try this at home with some pawpaws that you either grew yourself or find at your local farmer's market this year and enjoy some pawpaw ice cream. Thank you.
Yum. Pro tip for Thanksgiving, pawpaw ice cream pairs wonderful with pumpkin pie. Thanks for that recipe, Sherry. Our next presenter is Angela Watson, USDA Farm Service Agency Farm Program Specialist. She'll be informing us of USDA programs that benefit small farmers.
My name is Angela Watson, and I work for the Farm Service Agency. FSA is one of several agencies under the umbrella of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Although I work for FSA, one of my roles is also as the Beginning Farmer Coordinator for the state of Kentucky. In that role, I get to spend time with people like you, helping you navigate all the Farm Bill programs offered by FSA, NRCS, Rural Development, and RMA. I have worked for FSA for 18 years, and I absolutely love my job. There is no better job than working with farmers every day. I wish that I could have been with you in person today, but hopefully I can still help you see some of what USDA has to offer for everyone. So let's just take a quick look at what we can do for you. As I said, one of my titles is Beginning Farmer Coordinator for Kentucky. So on this slide, you can see some steps for getting started with USDA. And if you haven't done that already, this is where you want to start. But you have already completed step 1 by meeting me here today, even if we are meeting virtually. Just because my title says Beginning Farmer, that doesn't mean I only work with those who are new to farming. I'm here to help everyone. And USDA has a lot to offer all of the groups of people out there farming. Hopefully, most of you have also already connected with your local USDA Service Center. There are 64 FSA county offices across Kentucky, and every county is serviced by a USDA Service Center. Some of those service centers also have a physical presence of NRCS and Rural Development. If you aren't already familiar with your local USDA Service Center, make that the next item on your to-do list. The staff in your local office is going to be your go-to boots-on-the-ground resource for program enrollments, loans, and other information specific to your farm and the way that you operate that farm. So like I said, your first stop needs, if you're new, your first stop needs to be to connect with FSA. And even if you think FSA doesn't have a program to offer you, you still want to get registered with FSA because things change all the time. As you can see on here, some of the programs that we offer on a regular basis include various disaster programs. We have a lot of conservation assistance. We have programs we call safety net programs, as well as risk management. So whenever natural disaster occurs, whether it affects your crops, and those are traditional crops or specialty crops, or livestock of all kinds, we probably have a program there to help you. Our safety net programs are just that. They provide a safety net for when prices fall on commodities and various things like that. And then we also have, as I mentioned, a lot of conservation options. These options can help you fix various resource concerns. We partner with our sister agency, NRCS, for a lot of those safe resource concerns as well. So we're looking at things like waterways and gullies through your fields, filter strips along streams in order to prevent erosion, as well as to filter out any kind of pesticides and animal waste and that kind of thing. So we really do have a lot to offer there. We also have a loan office side of FSA, and under that side we offer ownership loans, as well as operating loans, micro loans, and guaranteed loans. We're going to take a little bit of a more in-depth look at those in just a minute as well. As I said, we offer something for everyone. We have programs for traditional crops like wheat, corn, and soybeans, as well as programs for all of our fruit and vegetable growers. We have programs for livestock of every kind, from cattle to honeybees to even farm-raised fish. We even recently introduced avenues for urban farmers to participate more in our programs, and I look forward to seeing what's going to come down the pike as we explore more of that side of agriculture. So basically, as long as you are producing an ag product, so food, feed, or fiber, for commercial use, USDA probably has something to offer you. You also, I am submitting a handout about the current Farm Bill programs that will be provided to you. And these have our permanent programs listed. But we also often get a variety of ad hoc programs that are implemented to meet specific needs. We saw that most recently in response to the pandemic, when we offered various programs and are still continuing to offer programs to our producers who were adversely impacted by all of the things that happened during the pandemic. As I mentioned, we have a variety of loan programs that can meet all kinds of needs, from improvement projects to expanding your enterprise or helping you get started purchasing a farm. We have direct farm operating loans with terms of up to 40 years with a maximum loan amount of $600,000. We also have direct operating loans with terms of up to 7 years and a maximum loan amount of $400,000. You can also do a 1-year annual operating loan under our direct loan options. We also have microloan, farm ownership loans, as well as operating loans. And you can find out more about the terms of those from your local FSA office or in the handouts that I provided to you. We have a guarantee loan program as well. With this program, USDA is going to come alongside a conventional banker and offer a guarantee on the loan that you get through that bank, which helps to guarantee you a larger money and a smaller down payment and things like that. And then in a little bit, we're going to talk about, we have some special loan availability for beginning farmers as well. So FSA is considered supervised credit. This is different from traditional credit. We are considered the lender of first opportunity for those who may not otherwise qualify for ag credit under a traditional credit option. FSA makes and services direct loans through supervised credit with funds from the U.S. Treasury Department. FSA also offers loan guarantees, as I mentioned, which are made through conventional lenders. We will work one-on-one with an applicant to determine your creditworthiness and your ability to repay, evaluate your farm business plan, and then supervise you through the rest of the loan process. You'll be in constant communication with your FSA loan team, and so that's why you want to make that connection with your local office, and they can connect you with the local FSA team or loan team that will serve you, and they can answer all of your questions for all that stuff. So besides the things on the previous slide, applicants also can't be delinquent on any federal debt or have been part of a federal debt forgiveness. And you must demonstrate that you can meet managerial requirements and not have been convicted of a controlled substance violation. So as I said, FSA is considered the lender of first opportunity. Our goal is to help you grow and graduate from supervised credit to conventional lending. And that's why you work so closely with your loan team. You want a loan team that you want a loan officer that you're gonna feel comfortable with and get along with, and we have a large staff that can accommodate you on that. You're gonna wanna be open and honest in all your communications with them so that they can help you succeed in the best way possible. FSA looks at a global picture when we're working with applicants. You'll have to have a realistic farm business plan developed that includes gross farm income and expenses, cost of living and income, farm, personal debt payments, etc. The collateral on our loans can vary and is dependent upon the type of loan that you get, but it must be secured at least 100% and may require 150% at times, because that goal is to help you graduate into commercial, conventional lending, and we want to ensure a successful loan and farm management experience. And to help facilitate that, we also require borrower training, and we'll help set you up with that. Our operating loans are frequently used, and they can be repaid in 1 to 7 years. You can buy things such as feed, you can rent land, you can purchase seed and that kind of thing. You can also do depreciable purchases such as equipment on some of the longer terms of the operating loans. On a farm ownership loan, you can purchase land, make capital improvements, soil or water conservation practices, pay closing costs and related expenses. And then we also offer microloans. So microloans are available through both the farm FSA program side and the FSA loan side, and they vary depending on your needs, but they can go up to I believe it's up to $50,000, and just like it says, it's a microloan. So the qualifications aren't quite as strict as for our larger loans, and they can serve a lot of purposes when you're talking about things like putting up a storage facility. And the farm program side also offers farm storage facility loans. Under those loans, you have microloans and larger loans. So you can do things like build a grain bin, put up a hay storage. If you're a specialty crop farmer, maybe you grow fruits and vegetables and you need cold storage so that you can get your crop from the field and keep it good until you can get it to market. We offer loans for that, whether it's a micro loan, depending on the dollar amount, or a much larger loan. We can also do loans for trucks to transport your product to market and things like that. There are a lot of options to help you finance your farm business, so definitely talk to your local FSA office about that. Right now, our offices across the state are in various stages of in-person appointment, all the kinds of things that we've seen throughout the last couple of years with COVID. So I definitely recommend that you call or email before you show up at the office, just to make sure that it's going to be, they have the time and the resources, and that they are able to have you there in person, because these conversations are good in person. We talked a little bit about guarantee loans already through conventional owners. We can do ownership or operating loans there. And in these cases, the actual lender becomes FSA's customer, and you, the producer, are the customer of the lender. That borrower will work directly with the lender, not FSA. But we also can do some guarantees on that to get you some really good financing options through a traditional bank with our guarantee loan program. There's been a new program introduced recently to help beginning farmers, veteran farmers, and socially disadvantaged farmers. We're going to define those terms in just a minute. but that loan is a special pool of money that's a bit different from our direct farm ownership loans because there is a 5% minimum down payment required. FSA's portion of the loan has an interest rate of 1.5% and a maximum loan amount of $300,000. And it's going to be a 20-year loan instead of a 40-year loan. FSA will finance 45% of the loan. The remaining 50% is then covered by a commercial lender because, as we said, there's a 5% minimum down payment. And that interest rate is then negotiated with a lender. But if you qualify as one of these groups we're going to discuss in just a minute, then this is a pool of money that is set aside for those who qualify. That way it's a little bit, you're not competing against somebody in some of our other pools of money, which can make this more advantageous. And then I also mentioned that we do have a pool of money set aside for beginning farmers, veteran farmers, and SDA farmers, even aside from that down payment loan we just discussed. So let's define these terms for a minute. When it comes to USDA programs, a beginning farmer is anyone who has been farming for 10 years or less. It has nothing to do with age. So with that in mind, some of you may have thought, well, I'm not a beginning farmer, but maybe you are because it's a 10-year range there. So if you have only been farming for 10 years, then or less, you can qualify as a beginning farmer. And for those of you who don't qualify, I bet you know someone who does. Some of those other terms I mentioned, I said socially disadvantaged, so you'll see the acronym SDA on a lot of USDA paperwork. You know how the federal government loves their acronyms. But what this stands for is socially disadvantaged. As a female who fits into that category, I don't personally like that terminology, but when you actually break it down to what it means that you are a member of a historically underserved group. So this includes African Americans, American Indians, Alaskan Natives, Hispanics, Asians, Pacific Americans, and in some cases, women. We females qualify as SDA for some programs and not as SDA for others. All other of the groups I mentioned always qualify as an SDA. And then the last term I mentioned is a veteran farmer. So when it comes to USDA programs, a veteran farmer is anyone who has served in the armed forces, obtained veteran status during the most recent 10-year period, and who has not operated a farm for more than 10 years. With Veterans Day having been last week, I just want to say thank you to all of our veterans who have served. Your service is so appreciated. But when it comes to USDA programs, a veteran farmer is defined as one who has served in the armed forces, obtained their veteran status during the most recent 10-year period, and who has not operated a farm for more than 10 years. And I just kind of want to explain the reason why we use that definition instead of saying all veterans. And the reason we do that is to keep our farming business and community strong. We're going to help our veterans transition from military life into a life of agriculture. We want to encourage everyone to join our agriculture community, which is why we offer all of these various prioritization pools and funding loans for our specialty groups. So that was a very brief overview of everything FSA has to offer. There's a lot of special information out there, and on the screen is my contact information. I would be so glad to help answer any questions. Feel free to reach out to me about anything you want to know about FSA, our loans, our programs, all the things that we have to offer, or anything else you think I can be of service. Thank you for having me today.
And thank you, Angela, for a very informative presentation that will greatly help new farmers and existing farmers. Next, Richard Bryant, Kentucky State University Research and Extension Associate, will discuss aquaculture, production opportunities for beginning farmers.
Hi, my name is Richard Bryant, and I'm an Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. Today we're going to be talking about aquaculture opportunities for limited resource beginning farmers. And before we begin this presentation, I'd like to mention that the funding for these projects came from the USDA NIFA Beginning Farmers and Ranchers Development Program, Farming for Cash. And so what that grant works with is beginning farmers who are interested in starting farming, and the USDA and NIFA help them to start farming through education and demonstration. So what we're going over today is showing how beginning farmers in the state of Kentucky could get into aquaculture practices. I'm going to go over several species and a couple of different production methods that can be used for growing these types of fish. So first, why is it difficult for a lot of our limited resource or socially disadvantaged farmers to get into aquaculture? Well, the first thing is that pond-based fish farming can be expensive, particularly here in the state of Kentucky, where we have higher than average construction costs for ponds due to our karst ecosystem. Indoor fish farming is also very capital intensive. When you're doing indoor fish farming, you need an insulated building, drainage, lighting, and complete temperature control. You also need a lot more components to these systems, such as filters, plumbing, and it takes a lot more of a learning curve to get into this type of production. To compare this with something like regular row crops or agriculture, if you're unable to be around your production system for one day, typically you will not lose the entire crop. But in fish farming, it is possible for the dissolved oxygen levels in your production system to plummet overnight, and then you will lose your entire crop in a very short amount of time. However, there are systems and different types of production that are suitable for limited resource and socially disadvantaged farmers. Another thing is that many of our socially disadvantaged farmers have special access to markets that are inaccessible to mainstream growers. These types of markets can include direct-to-consumer within their community, or perhaps a specialized food store where they could sell their products that are different than what is normally offered in other grocery store locations. So this could be a very good way for beginning farmers to get markets in their areas. Tilapia production in outdoor tanks is definitely one of the production systems that we are looking at for our socially disadvantaged farmers. These production systems allow backyard fish production, which is normally infeasible for limited resource farmers. High stocking densities tend to discourage breeding behaviors. So you can stock and harvest these fish over a short period of time without having to deal with the fish slowing down in production due to reproduction. These types of systems allow fish to be kept next to a farmer's residence, improving the farmer's ability to manage the system because they're always there close to the production system that they're using. Disadvantages of these outdoor tank systems include lack of natural foods. So there's no plankton or zooplankton that are growing in these waters that the fish can naturally feed upon. Fish in tanks is sustained by artificial means. So again, you have to ensure that you have constant electrical connections for these tanks, and that if the power goes out, you have a backup plan in order to continue the production. Tanks can be a point source of pollution, but it should be a lower source of pollution, and it should be able to be used in more urban areas than other types of aquaculture. So with live tilapia, we were able to use these small, very simple production systems in order to produce tilapia. But here in Kentucky, our average weight that we were getting was only around 340 grams, or 3/4 of a pound. Now this is typically a smaller size than is typically sold in grocery stores or in fish markets. But we wanted to see if it was possible for us to sell these smaller size tilapia in different markets and see what the consumers thought of these smaller size tilapia. Now, we wanted to do a Becker to Group Mars check auction with these fish, but unfortunately, just due to the conditions in which we were trying to sell them, it really wasn't possible. However, we went ahead and we were selling the fish, which were these 340-gram tilapia at $5 per fish. We managed to get 22 questionnaires filled out from these customers, and we sold about $600 worth of tilapia in 1.5 hours. We definitely didn't get a lot of complaints during the sales, and then when we looked back over the marketing results, we really saw that these 340-gram tilapia were very acceptable to these people who were purchasing them, are very good. They enjoyed the fact that these were live fish. They said they really liked buying the live fish or the whole dead fish on ice, and 68% of them considered it very good or acceptable size at that 340. And the reason why we're looking at 340 is just due to the smaller growth period that we have for tilapia here in Kentucky, just due to the temperature restraints. You can see in the demographics there that the majority of the people that filled out our questionnaires were from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and 23% were from Rwanda, and this was done in Lexington, Kentucky. And so this is just looking at a stated willingness to pay for the 340-gram tilapia. And you can see it, the majority were between $4 and $5 per fish. And so we wanted to look at very small production systems for people to get into aquaculture in a small, manageable way, and then be able to scale that system as they get more experience in these types of production systems. So this is just looking at growth rates in outdoor tanks, and as you can see, over about 140 days, 130 days, that's about the growth period that we have here in Kentucky. Typically they do go to about 150 days. So this is looking at the annual operating costs of doing a small tank system, just stocking about 100 fingerlings per cubic meter. We're trying to stock 50-gram tilapia, so we are going to be stocking a larger size of tilapia into these tanks that are typically stocked, and that's because we were trying to hit that higher weight at the final weight. And so we're trying to get them as close to 400 grams as we can. Look, about 150 days from June to mid-October, and fingerling price probably about $1.50 just due to the larger size of these. So you're looking at feed use. If you're getting 1.6 to 1 on your feed conversion, which means that for every 1.6 pounds of feed you're feeding them, you're getting 1 pound of growth on the tilapia. With the electricity, it's not that much cost just to run the water pump and air compressor. And you're looking at a few other things, but for each tank, for one tank about $1,700, for 2 tanks around $2,500, and for 3 tanks around $3,500. And that would be your total annual operating costs. Now this is looking at the equipment costs and the equipment that you would need to start a small tilapia system like this. Land requirements is very small, 0.04 hectares. Fish in the fish tank, you're going to want 1,000 gallons. For biological filters, you're going to want to put those in with electric pumps. You're going to need a storage area, some use of a pickup, and some smaller equipment such as O2 regulator, air tubing, air diffuser, stuff like that. So for the total facilities and equipment costs, you're looking about $8,300 for 1 tank, $11,400 for 2 tanks, and about $14,500 for 3 tanks. And that would cover the total facilities and equipment costs for these systems. Now, looking at the economic results for these types of systems, selling the 340 to 400 gram tilapia at $5 per tank, at $5 per fish, you're getting around 360 fish per tank. And you can see that you have to get up to about 3 tank scale for it to get an annual profit. So at 3 tanks, you get around $541 in annual profits. And that would be about $1,150 if you do it as return to labor and management. Now, if you're looking at the break-even prices per tank, you can see it's $6.74 per fish for 1 tank, and it gets down to $4.50 for 3 tanks. Now, we're going to look at some catfish information, and a lot of this is some marketing stuff that we've been going over for the past couple of years, trying to find different markets and outlet for our catfish producers in the state. So we looked at a couple of grocery stores in the Lexington and Shelbyville area, and the reason we were looking at those is because Lexington has about 6.9% Hispanic population, and Shelbyville has about 9.1% Hispanic population. So we were trying to get as many questionnaires as we could about their perceptions of catfish, how they like to buy catfish, how often they eat it in their home. So with this survey we conducted, about 58% were male. The household size was about 4. 52% were from Mexico. 77% were under the age of 40, and 32% worked in factory work and 20% in agriculture. So looking at their fish eating habits, 56% cooked fish at home weekly. 71% preferred freshwater fish over saltwater. 68% like eating fish a lot, and 20% like eating catfish, but not a lot. So they do enjoy a lot of different freshwater fish. So where the catfish preferences, the live fish was preferred by 25%. Fresh gutted fish were preferred by 53%, and fresh fillets were preferred by 15%. They did not have any preference for frozen catfish nor frozen fillets, but they said, the most of them said they would buy fresh gutted catfish. So what we're looking at here is a distribution of the willingness to pay for fresh, unprocessed catfish on ice. And you can see that around $5 a pound is the average price that these people are willing to pay for fresh catfish. And so this would be fresh, unprocessed catfish on ice. And this is important for our beginning limited resource farmers because this will cut back on the cost of processing, which is a really high part of the cost of getting these catfish ready for market. So this will help by cutting that completely out. Now looking at sales of unprocessed catfish on ice in Hispanic grocery stores in Lexington, Shelbyville, and Louisville, we saw that the average weekly demand by these stores was around 13.6 kilograms or 30 pounds of catfish per week. The stores were willing to pay about $1.50 to $1.70 per pound for the unprocessed catfish on ice. And their preferred size was about a pound and a half. A pound and a half was their preferred size of the catfish. Now here we're looking at some results from a survey done at several CSAs, Community Supported Agriculture projects around Kentucky. And what these CSAs do is that each week you buy into it at the beginning of the year, and then each week you go by and you pick up your vegetables. And so what we wanted to do is see if we could add in an aquaculture component to some of these CSAs and see if they would be willing to buy fresh catfish fillets and add that as a option for their customers. So what we did was we gave each of the CSA customers 2 catfish fillets along with a recipe and a questionnaire. And so the consumers were asked to eat the fish and answer a set of questions. A pay card approach was used to determine their willingness to pay for these catfish fillets. And so when we look at the results from this survey with the CSA consumers, you see 97% of the consumers were Caucasian, 60% had graduate degrees, 53% were female, 53% lived in suburban areas, 60% of the respondents were 50 years or older, and the average household size was about 2.5 to 3. So for their preferences on eating freshwater fish, you see 93% indicated that they do enjoy eating freshwater fish. 13% ate catfish at least once per month. 45% ate it a couple of times per year. And then 42% ate catfish left off often, with a few times in a year. With respect to the sample of fresh fillets that they got, 92% either loved or liked the texture, taste, and freshness. 97% liked the freshness, and 82% liked the texture. 62% considered regular or year-round availability of a product important. And 75% wanted their CSAs to offer fresh, locally grown catfish fillets as a future protein. So looking at the stated willingness to pay for these fresh catfish fillets, you're looking at an average around $7 to $8 per pound. And these catfish fillets were completely processed and fresh, never frozen. So about $7 to $8 per pound. Stated willingness to pay for fresh catfish fillets. 17% of the respondents said that they will not buy any catfish fillets, leaving only 83% saying that they would. 3% of the respondents would buy more than 10 pounds of catfish fillets per month. Going back to the catfish fillets for 1 second, I didn't put in a lot about the production systems with these catfish. You can use the same type of system that we looked at for tilapia for the catfish. You can also use different types of pond aquaculture, which is a little bit easier with catfish due to the fact that they typically stay in the water for about 180 days, and they're not as susceptible to the cold as tilapia are. You can overwinter catfish. They will slow down in growth rates over the winter, but you won't have to feed them as much, and then come the next year, they'll be available for harvest. If you're interested in any of the different types of production systems for catfish, please see my contact information at the end of the presentation, and I'll be sure to get back with you on it. So now we want to look at Australian red-clawed crayfish. This is a type of aquaculture production that we've been doing here in Kentucky for around 10 years now. We have a couple of producers of Australian red-clawed crayfish. The thing with them is they're very similar to catfish, to tilapia, in that they can't really be overwintered in our cold ponds. So our producers have an indoor holding system for them over the winter. And typically they'll have a pond system for them over the summer that is fenced in due to the regulations from Fish and Wildlife. You have to keep these fenced in an area. Now, looking at the consumer acceptance of Australian red-clawed crayfish, farmers market consumers are typically more open to new and unusual local products. So we wanted to see what the farmers markets thought of these different types of Australian red-clawed crayfish, different sizes, how they were cooked, and we wanted to see what their opinions were of the different types of products from the Australian red-clawed crayfish. So our survey was divided into about 4 sections. We want to look at seafood consumption habits and experiences, perception of the sampled red-clawed crayfish, and then we wanted to do a conjoint experiment about rating alternative red claw products and get the consumer demographics. So you can see here we had 3 different sizes of the Australian red claw crayfish. Jumbo, which is 4 count per pound or larger. Large, which was 5 to 6 count, and small, which would be under that. Our product forms were whole raw, whole blanched, or just the raw tails, and our price was $12 per pound or $15 per pound. And so this is just a look at the jumbo versus large fresh versus the blanched. And so when we are at these farmers markets, we actually cooked the crayfish for them. They were able to sample the taste, to see how they look. We got 162 respondents from Bardstown Road and Louisville, Franklin County here in Frankfort, Kentucky, LaGrange Farmers Market, and Lexington Farmers Market. So our total number of Kentucky counties represented was about 18. Our male respondents were 41%. Main grocery shoppers for their household, our respondents 68% were, and 59% were frequent farmers market shoppers. So looking at our demographic results, 71% of our respondents were Caucasian, 75% had some college. The average age was between 30s and 50s, and our household size was around 3. So looking at the results for the seafood consumption part, 80% liked eating seafood, 80% liked eating shrimp, 78% liked eating crawfish, 52% have eaten freshwater prawns before, 46% eat shrimp once a month or more, 34% eat crawfish a few times a year, and 51% eat lobster a few times a year. So looking at the red claw sampling from what we were cooking at the farmers markets, 96% liked the taste extremely well. 93% liked the texture and appearance, and 80% liked the odor. 30% said the red claw reminded them of a lobster, particularly the jumbo size red claw crayfish. 23% said it reminded them of the American crayfish. 20% said it reminded them of shrimp, and 89% reported that they would like red claws to be sold at Kentucky farmers markets. So looking at the maximum willingness to pay per crayfish, you can see it's about $2 a pound was about the average for their willingness to pay per crayfish. They preferred the large size over the jumbo and small. For their form preferences, they liked them whole and blanched. Most preferred large whole blanched at $12 per pound, while the least preferred was the large fresh whole at $15 per pound. And that was using a conjoint model experiment. So I wanted to go over the American paddlefish as well. This one we did some research probably around 3 to 4 years ago on the American paddlefish and how the smaller sized paddlefish could be used as a food fish. Typically here in Kentucky, people who are raising paddlefish are raising them for the caviar. However, this takes around 8 years of waiting for them to produce the caviar, and then typically, since they're being raised in reservoirs, they have to be gill netted out of these reservoirs. Whereas if you were to do this in a pond production system, you'd be able to grow them for a short amount of time, less than about half a year to a year, and then you'd be able to harvest them quickly and sell them. It's a relatively new species to aquaculture. And like I said, the caviar roe is highly valued and typically right on par with beluga caviar. Most consumers are unfamiliar with the taste and texture of paddlefish. With the younger paddlefish, they actually taste very good. There is a type of meat that grows on paddlefish called red meat that's on the outside of their rib cages, and they get this type of meat because paddlefish are constant swimmers. And so this type of red meat muscle helps them to continuously swim through the water. And that type of meat develops as they get older. So it's better, we wanted to see if we could use these younger paddlefish before they develop a lot of this red meat and be able to cut them into steaks or be able to fillet them really easily for our consumers and see what their preferences were for this type of paddlefish production. So we were evaluating around 1 to 2 pound paddlefish. The fish were grown intensively in ponds. from about 150 grams in 1 year on 33% crude protein catfish feed. And so this would be a type of pond production. I have seen these grown in tanks, but they have to be the circular type tanks because of the way that these types of fish swim. Also, these are typically plankton feeding fish, and they typically feed almost entirely on the natural phytoplankton in the water. So if you're doing them in tanks, you could be losing a lot of that extra free feed that is located in the water. If these paddlefish receive consumer acceptance, it could be the beginning of a large-scale meat industry based on these paddlefish. So what we wanted to do in order to get their perceptions of the paddlefish, the young paddlefish, was we went around and did demonstrations at 3 locations in Kentucky, where we would cook the paddlefish, allow them to sample, and then we would get willingness to pay using a pay card approach. And so we were at some CSAs in Goshen, Kentucky, CSA farm in Louisville, Kentucky, and a couple of grocery stores in Lexington, Kentucky. And so this is a photo of me out preparing the paddlefish, and we were doing the sampling. This is what the paddlefish steaks look like. It's a very simple recipe. These are just blackened paddlefish. And so looking at the respondents' preferences for paddlefish, you can see in the Hispanic demographic, 64% cook fish at home at least once a month, where only 33% of the Hispanic population does. Only 2% of the Hispanic demographic said that they eat fish at a restaurant once a month, whereas the Caucasian demographic, it was 28%. And if they really like freshwater fish, 61% of the Hispanic population said yes, whereas the Caucasian was only 31%. But you can see that there is a more willingness to buy these paddlefish in the Hispanic demographic here. Now, looking at the perceptions of these paddlefish, 97% like the flavor and 94% like the smell. 100% like the boneless attribute of this fish. It does not have any intermuscular bones. It's very easy to process, clean, and get out. 86% were open to purchasing whole gutted fish locally, and 70% were open to purchasing live fish locally. And see, 33% were willing to pay $3 per kg for whole gutted fish, 27% were for, and 30% were 4% for fillets. So you can see that the real push for the people that wanted to buy paddlefish was for the whole gutted fish at $3 per kg. And so looking here at the paddlefish perceptions by demographics, you can see that typically they're pretty close together as far as the flavor and smell. Who would purchase the whole gutted fish locally, the Hispanic demographic indicated they would. They're willing to purchase live fish locally. And you can see that they are willing to pay more money for these different types of products from paddlefish than the Caucasian demographic. So looking at the stated willingness to pay for whole gutted paddlefish, you can see that between $3 and $5 a pound was around the average, with the Hispanic demographic willing to pay more than the Caucasian. Here, looking at the willingness to pay for the paddlefish steaks, again, you can see the same trend, a little higher price for the paddlefish steaks, just for the obviously extra processing, but around $4 to $6 per pound. And then here you can see the willingness stated, the willingness to pay for paddlefish fillets, and again, you can see the Hispanic demographics willing to pay more, and between $4 and $5 per kg. Now this is looking at the paddlefish perceptions that from a survey that we did at the Chinese New Year Festival here in Kentucky. And you can see that they were very interested in locally sourced fish, and that they would be interested in locally sourced paddlefish here in Kentucky as well. Now, what we wanted to do was kind of look at the future of our small-scale limited resource farmers here in Kentucky that are going into aquaculture. Currently, we're going through the COVID-19 pandemic, and this has shown that there are structural vulnerabilities in the food supply industry. Also, we saw that there are more opportunities for unique and culturally diverse options for different populations. Evaluating the marketing and sales for the potential of tilapia is really what our new project that we are working on is all about. We want to see what is the potential for small-scale tilapia producers, particularly looking at different genetic strains of tilapia that are able to grow at a faster rate in order for our Kentucky farmers to be able to reach around 500 grams by the end of their production system. So we also want to look at marketing data and develop marketing strategies, and that's what a lot of this information I'm sharing with you today is focused on, is trying to find what types of aquaculture products should we be trying to promote for our beginning farmers in the state. We also want to look at diversifying our local food systems in order to have greater access for people who are living in inner cities or living in very urban areas. We want them to be able to get the type of produce that they're looking for in their areas. Currently, we're working with several farmers who are growing in urban areas and trying to meet that demand with smaller production of more localized produce. We also want access to healthier food choices for people in the inner cities. So over the next couple of years, this is what we'll be working on, is looking at the different types of aquaculture products we have, different types of pond sales that are going on, how much small-scale sales are going on that we don't know about. We also want to see how we can interact with larger retail chains such as Kroger, Save-A-Lot, and Walmart, and ethnic markets in order to see if we can help our smaller scale producers be able to have more stability in their markets. And so this is just a draft survey that we're looking at. We're going to be going around the state using this in order to get more information on the products that people are looking for. And so what we want from this is a marketing and sales database for our aquaculture stakeholders here in Kentucky. We want the producers and farmers who are producing these different products, the restaurant and food service industries that want these products, and what ethnic markets and retail stores would also like these. And finally, we want to look at farmers markets, CSAs, and roadside stands and see how we can utilize those in order to secure the markets for our aquaculture producers. We're also going to be making some instructional resources, videos, fact sheets, brochures, posters, and other visual and web-based publications in order to get out information on our different aquaculture production systems, our different aquaculture species, and our different markets that we have here in the state of Kentucky. In conclusion, I'm going to go over each species just real fast in order to give you a breakdown of what each one has, what information we have on each of these species, so that you can see and make a decision for yourself what type of production system you would like to do for aquaculture. So looking at tilapia, we can see that local direct markets are willing to pay at least $5 per fish. Large stockers need to be available here in Kentucky for our tilapia producers. That annual production, you can get that up and scale it as you would like to in these types of systems. Our challenge, 9 to 10 sales event in September, October, like I said, we were able to sell 120 fish in about an hour and a half. This is something that a lot of different small-scale aquaculture producers could do. Now, looking at catfish, you can see that we've noticed that there are several Hispanic markets here in the state that would be willing to purchase whole fish from our consumers, again, getting rid of the cost for processing these fish, mostly because most of these grocery stores have a butcher shop in their back that they're willing to use for processing. Supplies, we were doing around 20 to 30 pounds per store per week. I think that you could easily make that larger due to the number of Hispanic grocery stores here in our state. Fresh catfish from Kentucky farms could be sold directly to consumers at $3 a pound, or you could look at community-supported agriculture products as a method for you to sell your products. Looking at paddlefish, the majority of our participants enjoyed paddlefish overall. It's a very unique product. We don't have a lot of producers here in Kentucky that are producing them, especially for food production. So this would be something that someone might want to look into as a potential industry for smaller aquaculture producers. Now, looking at the red claw crayfish, they were very well received in farmers markets. This would be a very good product for a beginning aquaculture producer to go into. Again, you have to look at their limitations as well as the limitation of your system and see if that's a possibility for you. Now, my name is Richard Bryan again. I'm an Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. My contact information is located there on this slide. And if you have any questions about any of these species or production systems, please get a hold of me and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks and have a great day.
Thank you, Richard. Next, I'm personally very excited about our next presenter, Ms. Catherine Nash. Ms. Nash is the Center Director and Business Coach with Kentucky Small Business Development Center at Kentucky State University. Ms. Nash, if you will, tell us more about your endeavors at Kentucky State University with the SBDC.
Hi, I'm Catherine Nash, Center Director and Business Coach with the Kentucky Small Business Development Center, Frankfort, Kentucky at Kentucky State University. And I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about the Kentucky SBDC with you today. First of all, let you know that we have centers all over the state. We actually have 15 centers. These are some of our partners that support the work of business coaches across the state. Here, of course, at Kentucky State University is our major stakeholder in Frankfort. However, we do have partnerships in Bowling Green, Paducah, Covington, as far east as Prestonsburg and Pikeville. We believe that small business is big business in Kentucky. Without those small businesses, none of the big industries can survive. There are over 360,000 small businesses in Kentucky. 99.3% of all Kentucky businesses are small businesses. As the SBA defines a small business, that's a business with fewer than 500 employees. So as you can imagine, there are numerous. Over 716,000 Kentuckians work for a small business. That's 43.8% of Kentucky's private workforce. The livelihoods of many Kentuckians across the Commonwealth depend on small businesses, and the Small Business Development Center is here to support those employers and employees. Whether you're a small business owner who's been in business for years or an entrepreneur, we all need some guidance. And one of the things our clients find very helpful is that interaction with a professional who understands the way a business works, from startup, forming an LLC, through to potentially selling your business, making it an ESOP, moving it to the next generation. All of our services are one-on-one, they're confidential, and they're at no cost to the business owner. We are funded by the Small Business Administration through partnership with the University of Kentucky in Lexington and other organizations across the state. So we don't charge our clients for any of our services. We help a small business gain access to capital, whether it's through a loan, a grant, or an equity investment. We have partnerships with lenders across the country, and specifically in Kentucky, we work with those lenders who want to help a business get an SBA loan. If you're starting out with a small business, sometimes the biggest hindrance is finding some funding. We want to help with that. If you're expanding, you're growing your farm, your retail shop, your industry, everyone at some point is going to need capital, and we want to give the access to that and help you set up your business, a business plan, and your financials in the way to ensure success in your gathering that funding. We also offer training. We offer training in everything from marketing to leadership, finance, management, accounting, and human resources. Do you need some guidance on how to use social media, for instance? We have webinars on that. We have different trainings specifically with experts in that industry. Maybe you need to set up a human resources manual. Maybe you need some guidance on where to hire, how to work with one of the colleges or community or technical colleges in the state. Those are the business services that we can provide and also help you make those connections. As I said, we have external connections, very specialized resources. Are you looking to export? Is that something, do you have a product that you'd like to get to another part of the world? We can help you with that. We have a team dedicated to exporting that has contacts all over the world with the Department of Commerce, the Department of Justice, and the Department of State, the major organizations in DC that assist small businesses. We can help you with insurance. We can help you with transportation and shipping. All of those things are instrumental. It's those resources that we offer to small businesses, family farms, entrepreneurs, to make sure that you're having the most successful business that you can, but also utilizing those resources and not spending funds or wasting time on something that might not get you to where you are. We can help you get there quickly and effectively and with professional services. We offer webinars as part of that training. All of them are recorded and stay on our website, KentuckySBDC.com. We host one live every Wednesday at noon, and then depending upon what's going on in the world, what month it is, if we're focusing on something as we did last month in October when it was Cybersecurity Month, we'll have other things. So as you can see, we offer webinars on making the most of email and digital marketing, private equity and venture capital, how to attract customers, how to use Facebook and Google, other social media platforms at little to no cost. We want to help you gather information and use that information to benefit your business the best. The Kentucky Small Business Development Center has been around for over 40 years. These statistics are specifically from our 2018 to 2001 program years. We've had over 730 new business starts. We've supported over 14,000 total jobs in the state and helped those small businesses and entrepreneurs secure over $238 million in grants, loans, and equity investments. We're very proud of those numbers, but we only want to see them grow. Especially as we move into Frankfort, the central part of the state, we focus on agriculture and the needs of those farmers and communities. These are numbers that we believe we can help grow and specifically help your business grow. So this is my contact information. Again, as I stated, I'm at Kentucky State University in the Cooperative Extension Building in Frankfort. You have my email address and my phone number. I would love the opportunity to hear from you. Again, also feel free to go to our website at KentuckySBDC.com, and there you'll find a lot of information on trainings, webinars, those in the future, and those that are recorded in the past. You can also sign up as a client there and receive a call back from our intake coordinators or from me to specifically get you going in the process of becoming a client. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, on Indeed, and a lot of our centers specifically have their own Google My Business page, and of course on our website. I look forward to working with each of you. I hope you won't hesitate to reach out to me with any of your needs, with questions or concerns. Our goal is to assist you, help you grow and be stronger, and in doing so, help the Commonwealth grow and be stronger. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Catherine. I really do hope that all our farmers and clients and Kentucky State University and Franklin County area community utilizes this resource. Now up next, Dr. Travella Free and Lawrence Cottle will join us live along with some high school students involved with our Tech Changemakers.
Okay?
Okay. Where's that? It's going to be on the slide.
Yeah, they're going to be on the slides. You can also just read through the lesson plans.
Okay.
Stand by. Are we live?
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? My name is Lawrence Cottle. I'm a 4-H Extension Associate here at Kentucky State University with our 4-H Youth Development Program. Today we have an exciting program for you. The program is called 4-H Tech Changemakers. So what 4-H Tech Changemakers is 4-H, we teach youth, teenagers, technology. We teach them how to use technology, give them the skills for like teach them how to send emails and everything like that. And the kids come out to present to you all, to present to the older adults. We want to bridge that digital gap. So what better way other than bringing kids and adults together and having them work together to learn a new skill? Today we have a couple of our tech change makers on board with us, and I'll let them introduce themselves. So Miss Maggie, Miss Mackenzie, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Maggie. I haven't been with the program for that long, but it's definitely been fun. Mackenzie?
Hi, I just joined this year. Yeah.
And then it looks like we will be teaching 3 different lessons today. One about keeping kids safe online, the other responsible behavior guidelines for the internet, and then the other being strong passwords.
All right. So today, Maggie and Mackenzie, they'll be teaching you these lessons. So without further ado, we're gonna start off with keeping kids safe online. So Miss Mackenzie, Miss Maggie, y'all take it away.
Lawrence, I can't see the slides.
Okay, one moment. Can you see the slides now, Maggie, Mackenzie?
Yes, sir. It says objectives.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah.
For mine, it's only showing my face. It's not letting me see anybody else.
Okay, so the next one is terminology. It is parental controlled programs, applications, features, and etc. They allow adults to set limits on a device, typically used to control what sites/apps a youth can't visit, the amount of time a youth can spend on the device, and everything else that categorizes that.
So some background information is that parents and guardians can teach their children about online safety and model safe online behaviors. It is important for parents and guardians to take an active role in ensuring their child or children are safe in the digital world. And some adults may not feel equipped to teach safe online practices and appropriate behaviors, especially if they are inexperienced with digital technology. And then we'll start off with our first activity, and it will be where you take your name, and then each letter of your name, you can write something positive or negative about technology. So for this example, They use the name Sean. So for S, you could say scary. H, you could say helpful. A, addictive. W, worldly. And nerdy. And so on and so on. So we can take a couple minutes for you guys to do that. And then we will come back and share some of your guys' examples.
Alrighty, so next we did have an activity for you all to do, but unfortunately we won't be able to go with that activity, so we're just gonna go over to the next slides, okay?
So the second activity will be a website that is basically kind of an advice for parents sort of website. So it's categorized by like age of child, what kind of topic you want to use, like to see whether certain movies, books, social media apps, and other things are appropriate for your child. And like I said, it goes by like age or whatever, so you can do it generalized towards your child's age. Yeah. And then some other parental control apps that are good to use are Bark, I cannot pronounce that word, Web Watcher, ESET, Net Nanny, Screen Time, Family Time, Circle, and so on and so on. And then for activity 3, we have a family media contract, which is just a way for you and your family to kind of set like certain limits about the sites that you want your kids to visit, the amount of time that a family member's on their phone, and other stuff like that. And it can be something that you guys all sit and agree upon on, so it's not like so it's like a mutual kind of thing. And then maybe you guys can all like go out to eat after or something if you really wanted to. Do you guys have any questions? Alrighty, looks like we can move on to the next one, and we will be talking about strong passwords. So the objectives for this lesson are to explain the importance of strong passwords, identify the characteristics of strong passwords, and apply the characteristics of strong passwords to create/modify their personal passwords. And then Mackenzie will tell you guys the terminology.
So a password is, I think this is, sorry, it's really small. A communication of for low letters, numbers, and a word. And you can just use that for like for social media apps such as like Instagram, and then passwords to emails and everything like that. Are you okay? This is password number is, okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, this one is background information. Background information. Passwords are used to protect platform information, and before passwords can potentially allow people to use it to lock stuff up. A strong password does say equal illiteracy. Next slide.
Used for electronic devices to protect personal information. Risks associated with using weak passwords include people impersonating you to access your bank account and other financial services, purchase items online, get into your social media networking sites, and access private information on your computer. Having a strong password can reduce but does not eliminate the risk of being hacked and having personal information stolen. Okay, so we have our first activity.
For this activity, it will be a password strength tester. So you'll create a password and it will tell you the percentage of how strong they think it is. And it's a good way to get secure make sure your password's secure so you don't get like hacked or anything like that.
If you notice, the website shows you some information about your password. So you have the length of your password. It tells you if your length is long enough or if it's too short. It also tells you how many years it would take for a hacker to guess your password. So right here it says it would take a fast computer approximately, I can't say this number, so I'm gonna just say it's a very big number. It'll take a fast computer approximately so many years to guess this password. The strength of the password is 78%, so it's pretty strong. And then it shows you how this website scores your password.
And then for the second activity, we'll have a YouTube video for you guys to watch. if you guys can hear it.
Information. Often, there is really only one thing standing between your sensitive information and criminals: your password. If they get it, they can get into bank accounts and private files and wreak havoc. For this reason, it's important to know what makes a password strong and secure. Chances are, you use passwords every day to open your computer, log on to your favorite websites, to get work done. The easy route is to have a simple password that works everywhere. Unfortunately, this can be a problem. Criminals are very good at guessing passwords. Some have computer programs that can make millions of guesses until something works. And if they already know information about you, it's even easier. Your job is to create a password that is very hard to guess. Here's how. Your first thought may be to use a pet's name, a birth date, an address, or parts of a phone number. These things are too easy for criminals to discover, so don't use them. Your password should not include information about you. Thankfully, there are ways to have memorable but hard to guess passwords. Consider this. In addition to single words, phrases can also be easy to remember. Maybe it's a favorite song lyric or quote. An example is, Jack and Jill went up the hill. That's easy to remember, right? Well, your password is there. It's the first letter of each word. In this example, this would be your password. That's not something that's easily guessed. Here's why. First, it's not in the dictionary. This makes guessing it harder. There are about 60,000 words in English. A computer can test out those words pretty quickly, so don't use them. But there's more. This password could still be stronger by adding uppercase letters, numbers, or special characters. So now this is a very strong password, but there's still a risk. If you write it down, be careful where you keep it. Be aware that someone can look over your shoulder or find it in your trash. Giving it to loved ones is also risky. They may not be as cautious as you are. Only you should know your password. Criminals may also try to fool you into handing it over via phone calls. Never tell anyone your password over the phone. And be careful when you get an email that asks for a password. It could be a scam. To help avoid problems, don't use the same password everywhere. That's like having one key that unlocks everything you own. The stakes are high if you lose it. Also, be careful if you use a computer that is not yours. Let's say you check email using a computer in a store, library, or computer lab. You log in, check email, and walk away. The next person to use that computer now has access to your email account and all the information in it. Always remember to log out of each site you visit on a computer that isn't yours. Passwords are an essential part of life online, and if we're not careful about keeping them secret, they can cause big problems. By understanding the risks and making passwords stronger, we can feel a little more secure.
So the video basically told what a strong password would be, but some different strategies that could help you create a stronger password would be the length of the password. Most platforms already require passwords to be at least eight characters, but many security experts recommend that passwords should be at least 12 to 14 characters. Unpredictability. Passwords should not include names, dates, street addresses, birth cities, and common words that like somebody could easily predict that knows you. A mixture of numbers and symbols and capital letters and lowercase letters is recommended. Keyboard patterns Using a special pattern on a keyboard to create passwords should be avoided. Phrases. Security experts are now recommending that phrases be incorporated into passwords, but the phrase should not be a famous / well-known phrase. And you can adjust it the way that you would like, as you see in the example by it. And then never share your password, which is a common one. And then for activity 3, we have the password challenge, which is sort of kind of just like a hangman game. I'll create a password, all lowercase, no caps, no special characters, no numbers, and you guys can guess what the password is by kind of playing hangman. It will be 6 letters.
So Maggie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't think our audience will be able to communicate with us. So how about me and you play the game together? Just to show the audience how this game kind of works, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna do just like how we talked, okay? So I'm gonna let you pick the password, and I'm gonna try to guess your password. So just tell me the stipulations on what your password is, and I'll try to guess from there.
Okay. No caps, no special characters, no numbers, all lowercase letters, 6 letters.
6 letters, all lowercase?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a very secure password.
Got you, understood. Let me change this real quick. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so all lowercase. So I'm gonna say, is there an S in this?
Yeah, I tell you which one it is, right? That's how you play it?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the first letter.
Okay. Oh, well, that's a weird S. Let me get a pencil. Hopefully that'll work better. Oh, no. Okay, so that's not working out. And this is just how 4-H goes. You know, we try something, and if it doesn't work, we go back to the drawing board and we try it again. That's learning by doing. It's part of our experiential learning model. So you said there's an S, so I'm just going to remember that. I'm just going to remember that there's an S.
Yeah, S is the first letter.
Okay. You know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a text box right here. All right. Now, is there an A?
No.
Okay. So right here, everybody, this would be where we would draw one part of the image or the little person. Unfortunately, it seems like my pen doesn't want to act right, so we're just gonna do that real quick. We're just gonna do that right there. All right, so there's no A's. Is there a T?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back in here. Well, let me pull out my pen again, and then we're gonna draw a line here, and I'm gonna just make it a little hard on myself. Draw a line there, draw a line there, draw a line here. All right, now Maggie, is there a U in this?
No.
No, okay, so there's not a U in this. So I'm going to draw a little shape right here. Okay. Maggie, is there a, let's see, is there an M?
No.
All right, there's no M. All right, so we're gonna try this 3 more times. If I can't guess it, then you just tell me your password, okay, Maggie?
Okay.
So I'm gonna draw like an antenna right here. I'm gonna draw 2 antennas. That's gonna be a weird little alien. All right, Maggie. So there's no M in this. How about, is there an L?
No.
There's no L. All right. So let's draw maybe like an arm, which actually is just like another stick. So we're gonna get this one more time, okay?
Okay.
All right, Maggie. So is there a P in this?
A P?
Yes.
No.
All right. Well, so this password, I couldn't guess it. So, Maggie, what was your password?
Soccer.
Soccer. Okay. All right. Well, folks, this is just pretty much how this activity goes. Okay. All righty. So we're gonna go back to the slides. Oh no, that's the wrong one. All right, let's go current slide. So Meg, I believe that's the end of that slide. Okay. So next we're gonna go to the next. We're gonna go to the next lesson.
So this lesson will be responsible behavior guidelines for the internet. The objectives will be to list different ways to communicate digitally, identify appropriate etiquette when it comes to communicating on the internet, and assess digital communication to determine if proper netiquette, I can't talk today, netiquette is used. And then Mackenzie.
Okay, so netiquette is the acceptable way of communicating on the internet. A blog is a discussion website published online that typically consists of informal diary-style text entries. Posts are generally displayed in reverse chronological order so that the most recent post appears at the top of the webpage. Social media, interactive computer mediated technologies that facilitate the creation and sharing of information, ideas, career interests, and other forms of expression via virtual communities and networks. Email, an electronic mail method of exchanging messages between people using electronic devices. A website is a collection of related network web resources such as web pages, multimedia content, and posted online. And this right here is background information.
And then, okay, Mackenzie.
Given the increasing dependence on emails, blogs, forums, and social media to communicate, it is important to know the acceptable ways in which to communicate in these digital settings. People who are inexperienced in the cyberspace culture are susceptible to committing a few etiquette mistakes. Sometimes the lack of face-to-face interaction can make it easy for communication issues. Knowing some basic etiquette skills is beneficial.
Okay, so we have an activity for this lesson. That's our first activity. Maggie, Mackenzie, since we can't communicate with our audience, we're going to do this like how we just did the last activity. So this activity,
Okay.
it asks for the presenter to ask the audience to just name off some different methods of communication online. So Mackenzie, Maggie, if you want to just name off some different methods, and I'll write them in. So what is one method of communication online?
Email.
All right. So we have email.
Social media, or do you want like the platform?
No, social media. Social media is fine. We can do social media.
Okay.
Okay. You can keep on going.
Stop interrupting the class.
Maggie, you can do the next one. Yep.
Blog. I don't know if I can think of any more.
We have blogs. Okay. If you all can't think of any more, then we can do, let's say,
Texting.
texting. That's right. Okay. We got texting. All right. Do y'all have any more ideas?
Coding.
Say that one more time.
Coding.
I don't think coding is a form of communication. How about, let's say, message boards?
Yeah, that.
And then let's say our last mode of communication, online chat groups. So that's another form of communicating. Alrighty, so there's multiple ways of communicating online, and each one, depending on which method of communication you want to use, has a type of what we call netiquette to it, how to kind of interact with others online. Okay. Okay, Maggie, back to you.
Some of the kind of rules, but not really rules, unwritten rules of online communication would be like be brief, so keep your message to the point, have a subject, be yourself, be professional, read it twice, emoticon and emojis, embrace diversity and be inclusive, follow your IT policy, do not reply all, don't use caps, don't send large attachments, don't be a flame, don't abuse the hashtag, respect the law, and rule of thumb. For activity 2, we will be doing the what's wrong with this picture kind of thing. Do I just tell them what's wrong then, since they can't communicate back with me?
So Maggie, we're gonna play this together, okay? So, how about you tell me what's wrong with this?
They're using all caps.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that you can see in this?
It's very demanding. Email probably wouldn't be the best way to communicate that you have something urgent.
Okay, all right, so let's go to the next slide. So what about this? So this looks like a message board off of Facebook. So can you see anything wrong with this?
Hold on.
It's like some messages from Gabe. So what's wrong with Gabe's netiquette?
It's very unprofessional.
Okay.
He shouldn't be talking about how he started at a pizza job and then talks about how he could potentially be using drugs on the job.
Okay.
It's just inappropriate the way that he's tweeting about or posting about customer and just overall what he's kind of doing wrong in his job.
Okay. So next slide. So what's wrong with this one?
That should be more of a private message kind of thing. That's kind of putting yourself like out there, like we should make plans before I get back to school. What are you doing Saturday? Like you don't kind of want to put out what you're doing like on the internet for everybody to see, because that could potentially be what's the word? Unsafe.
It could definitely be unsafe, kind of dangerous. So that's exactly right. And so for our last one, so what's wrong with this one?
Hold on, I have to read it real quick.
No, it's perfectly fine. All right, so Maggie, can you tell us what's wrong with this one?
It just seems like very like a very emotional kind of post. Like they seem like kind of mad, and it just seems like very harsh. I feel like it could be a little bit softer to voice their opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. Anything else?
They're kind of like, I don't know, like putting, yeah, I don't really know. They're putting their dog's name on the internet. I mean, that strong passwords, that could be a password.
No, that's definitely correct. That's definitely correct. From what I would say they're kind of putting out like their opinion out there. It looks like, which some opinions could be controversial. So it goes back to that one tip about don't be a flame. You don't want to talk about anything that might be controversial, that might stir up any type of negative feelings from other people. You want to keep your opinions kind of neutral. You want to be straight in the middle. You don't want to stir up any type of controversy. Okay. And so we can't really have a group discussion, but to just touch on the finer points of this lesson is there are particular ways to communicate online. Let's say when you're dealing with one-on-one, there's ways to talk to people online when you're talking one-on-one. When you're on a team, you want to make sure that you still use the proper decorum when you're talking to a team. No all caps. If you're sending a message and it's supposed to go to one particular person, then you want to just send it to that one person. You don't want to send that message out to everybody. You want that message to go directly to that one person. And then for a wider audience, just make sure that when you're sending a message out, make sure that your punctuation, that your grammar is correct, and that you're following proper netiquette. So this has been a presentation of just a small bit of the lessons that we have in the 4-H Tech Changemakers. We're really proud of these young people to join this program and to be able to give back to their communities and try to help bridge that digital gap. We want to make sure that everybody is still involved with how the world moves today, how the world communicates, and just provide that access to digital literacy to all of our participants. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. Thank you all for joining in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Free, Mr. Cottle, and a special thanks to Kentucky State University 4-H Tech Changemakers. Now, our next presentation by Ed Wilcox, our Kentucky State University's Watershed Resource Extension Associate, discusses sediment and E. coli and our potential impact on water pollution.
Welcome to my presentation about E. coli and sediment. Are you contributing? My name is Ed Wilcox. I'm the Watershed Research and Extension Associate at Kentucky State University. I'm with the College of Agriculture, Communities, and the Sciences as part of the land grant program. My primary role is to provide educational programs that demonstrate the link between land use and water quality, as well as promote activities and best management practices that lessen people's impact on the environment. I like to start my programs with 2 questions about how you feel about your local waterway or waterways. And the first question, can you fish it or them if you have more than one waterway? Or can you swim in it or them? And you can interpret these questions as data-supported water quality questions or value-based questions or both, whichever you feel better about. I start with these questions because back in 1973, when what became known as the Clean Water Act was enacted and subsequently revised, by the end of the 1980s, the nation's waters were supposed to be fishable and swimmable. Do you all think that those goals were accomplished? Well, they weren't. How about now? It's 2021, over 30 years have passed. It had to have been accomplished by now, right? Well, no. And when I mean that the Clean Water Act didn't accomplish its goals, that means that the designated uses of the waterways were not being met and that the waterway was considered impaired. In Kentucky, the possible designated uses are warm water aquatic habitat, and that means that the water quality should be such that the warm water fishes like basses and catfish and others are supposed to be able to live there. And then there's cold water aquatic habitat, and that's water quality that allows cold water fishes like trouts to live there. And it will be either warm water or cold water, not both. And then next is drinking water supply, and a waterway is supposed to be used as a source of drinking water, and it would have to be treated for drinking water quality standards before being distributed for drinking, but the source water should still be good enough, a good enough quality to use as a source of drinking water. And then there's primary contact recreation or swimming, and that's where a person should be able to totally submerge in the water without becoming sick. And then secondary contact recreation, that's where a person would be come into incidental contact with the water without becoming sick. And fishing and boating are examples of that. And a waterway may be designated an outstanding state resource water, and that's generally if it's in great condition for aquatic habitat. And then there's fish consumption, which isn't an official designated use, but there's an expectation that you should be able to eat the fish that you catch. And specifically, the Kentucky River's designated uses, for example, are warm water aquatic habitat, drinking water supply, primary and secondary contact recreation. And the reason why the Clean Water Act failed to meet its objectives is because it focused on the wrong source of pollution. There are 2 sources of pollution, and the Clean Water Act was dedicated to reducing what's called point source pollution. And point source pollution is discharge from pipes from municipalities, industries, and other similar operations. And the Clean Water Act required owners of those pipes to obtain a permit if they wanted to continue operating those pipes. Along with the permit came treatment requirements before a discharge could be released. And that did significantly reduce pollution from point sources of pollution, but that wasn't the primary source of waterway pollution. The other primary source is non-point source pollution, and that's stormwater runoff from everywhere else. Some examples of non-point source pollution include fluids from vehicles, improperly disposed of waste, like single-use plastics, such as beverage containers or chip bags, and you can easily see a lot of that along the sides of roadways. But also chemicals, such as fertilizers and pesticides, as well as pet waste and livestock waste and manure. But there's also sediment and soil. In this graphic, you can see that there's different land uses that could be contributing those non-point sources of pollution. So that could be construction, farm and ranching operations, just runoff from city and industries, and then even in neighborhoods and on roads. And an EPA publication titled Protecting Water Quality from Agricultural Runoff states that agriculture is the leading source of impairments to rivers and lakes. And impairments means that the waterways were not meeting their designated uses, as mentioned previously. And the activities associated with the source or sources are sedimentation, and that may be due to plowing or excess plowing, lack of cover crops, and converting riparian habitat, which is land along a river or stream, to agricultural land. And nutrients come from fertilizer applications, and this may be chemical or organic, such as manure or sludge. And then there's excess nitrogen and phosphorus that may be moved to waterways when it rains because it hasn't been taken up by the plants. And there may also be concentrated or confined animal feeding operations, or CAFOs. And these concentrate animal waste and any poorly managed waste can be washed into waterways due to rain events or stormwater. And also some livestock grazing methods can cause overgrazing and increase runoff and soil erosion. And then irrigation, even if done properly, can move soil and nutrients into waterways. And then there's also pesticides, and even when those are properly applied, those can be moved into waterways along with the soil. And the title of this presentation is a giveaway as far as what the two most common pollutants might be. And just to review the definition of pollution, because someone may not think that sediment is a pollution, but pollution is anything that's in a place where it doesn't belong and it's harmful to that place. So what makes fecal coliforms or E. coli so bad? And the reason is they're pathogens. Fecal coliforms, and E. coli is a very specific species of fecal coliform bacteria. They live in the guts of warm-blooded animals, such as people, and while they are there naturally, if they make it into the upper digestive tract of a person, say by swallowing the contaminated water, a person can become very sick. And so fecal coliforms are considered pathogens, and in this case, they're disease-causing bacteria. And the technical term for the sickness is gastroenteritis. Its severity is different for each person, but it is potentially fatal if left untreated. And most people have heard of E. coli poisoning in the news, and it may be because you've heard people may buy contaminated produce and not clean it properly before they use it or consume it. So leafy greens tend to be one of the culprits for E. coli contamination. And but what makes sediment so bad? And sediment is actually a bunch of problems wrapped up into one label. And if we just go with the sediment and soil side of it, sediment increases the turbidity or cloudiness of the waterway. When it rains, the water color changes to brown because of the sediment. As you can see from the slide, the left side is kind of a sage green, and that's what this is a picture of the Kentucky River, and this is what it normally looks like. But on the right, this is where there's been a lot of rain and sediment has been brought down into the waterway. And that makes it so that the aquatic plants may not be able to get enough sunlight to photosynthesize and produce oxygen, and thus they'll not be able to oxygenate the water. The sediment particles can also absorb the sun's energy and radiate it back to the water as heat. and warm water tends to hold less dissolved oxygen than cold water. Both of those situations can create hypoxic or low oxygen conditions, and aquatic organisms needing that oxygen may end up dying. Sediment can also smother benthic or bottom-dwelling aquatic organisms that aren't very mobile, or makes it difficult for those organisms to breathe by clogging their gills. And this is not just the soil, but what the soil carries with it. If the sediment has come off of a horticultural operation and that operation has applied fertilizers, then the fertilizers can bind to the soil particles, and if the nutrients that are in the soil haven't been taken up or absorbed by the plant, they can end up in the waterway. Incidentally, animal wastes and manure from CAFOs or other livestock operations also carry plenty of nutrients. Nutrient loading is a cause of a process called eutrophication, and there's a boom and bust process that happens, which the boom is an explosion of plant life, usually algae, and that's followed by a massive die-off of many oxygen-breathing organisms. And this graphic particularly demonstrates the process. So in the graphic you can see the nutrients feed the algae. They come from leaching off of a field, and the algae then goes into a bloom. And the algal bloom may create a mat and limit sunlight for other aquatic plants. And as the algae grows, some of the species can release harmful toxins, and those are going to be harmful to the aquatic life, but also people if they decide to get into the water. And the algae will eventually die. And what's not in the graphic is that there's aerobic bacteria that decompose all that organic matter, and that will end up causing another population explosion from that bacteria. And just to say that aerobic means that they live in the presence of oxygen and they breathe it as they do their decompositional duty. Eventually there will be so many aerobic bacteria and their demand for oxygen is greater than the production capacity of the aquatic plants. So there is a low or no oxygen environment, and that hypoxic environment, like I mentioned, and fish and other oxygen-breathing organisms end up dying. And the areas affected by these events are called dead zones. And you may have heard of a dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico. This image is showing what the dead zone looked like in 2017. And in this one we end up hearing a lot about in the news, but there's actually quite a few dead zones, and it's not just in the United States, it's all over the world. But a lot of people may be familiar with Western Lake Erie having a dead zone, and Chesapeake Bay also having a dead zone. And certainly, again, there are many other places around the world, so this isn't just an out there problem as well. It's a local issue. There's Harrington Lake and even other Kentucky lakes that routinely have dead zones. And so if you are engaging in any of these activities, the sedimentation, nutrient loading, concentrated animal feeding operations, or grazing livestock, irrigating, or applying pesticides, it's very likely that you are contributing either fecal coliforms or sediment or both to your local waterways. And if you are contributing, or even if you're not sure if you're contributing pollutants to your local waterways, you can adopt some best management practices. And if you haven't already done it, you can contact either the Farm Service Agency or the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And I recommend contacting your local agent or both from either of these agencies, and ask them to come out and check your operation and see what sort of assistance and programs you may be eligible for. And to find out your local FSA agent, you can check the link out that's on the top of the slide here. That URL will take you to a screen that's shown on the left of this slide, and then you'll just click on your state. And once your state shows up, you'll be able to click in the left margin where it indicates county offices, and you'll be able to select your county. And then it's very similar to find your NRCS agent. You can just use the URL on the top of the slide here. And again, the left side of the slide will show up and you'll be able to pick which state. Although be aware that if you're living in Kentucky and even some other states or commonwealths, that it's divided into regions. And Kentucky has a west and east region, and the right part of the slide is showing the eastern region. So certainly make sure you click where you will be operating. And both the FSA and the NRCS have a variety of programs which you may be eligible for, and the agents will be able to guide you through the process of selecting a program or programs for your operation. And if you're interested in finding out more about your local or not so local but still in the USA waterways, here are a couple of resources you can use. The first is a resource called Model My Watershed, and the URL is again on top of the slide. You can click on the Get Started button, and I highly recommend toying around with it to figure out which watershed you operate or live in. And you can also find out land uses, soil types, and infiltration as far as how water gets into the soil, and loads of other great information about the areas that you select. And then another great resource, again, if you live in Kentucky, this is the Kentucky Water Health Portal. And the information can be somewhat dated because it's informed by the Division of Water's studies, which are done on a rotational basis amongst the basins. And sometimes there is a large gap between the times and the dates associated with it. So for example, there's a stream that still has 1998 data associated with it. But you can certainly learn stream names with this resource if you're not aware what the name of a stream is near you, although sometimes they're still listed as unnamed tributaries, so just be aware of that. But I do hope that you found this information and presentation helpful and informative. If you do have any questions about the information, please contact me using the information on this slide. And I certainly thank you again for attending my presentation, and I hope you enjoy the other conference presentations.
Thank you, Ed. Ed is monitoring the comments. If you have any questions, please place them there. Now we're going to pause for a moment to acknowledge our gold and silver sponsors: Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Community Farm Alliance, American Farmland Trust, Arkansas State University, and USDA Natural Resource Conservation Services. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. The days feel so long, but the years fly on by. People come and people go, but not my countryside. They say the grass is greener there, but mine is dreamy blue. And there's no place I would rather be than Kentucky. trees. From Muhlenberg to Parkfield of Paradise Law. This land was made for you and me. Well, they say the grass is greener there, but ours is dreamy blue. And there's no place I would rather be than Kentucky with you.
Thank you for your continued support, Kentucky Department of Agriculture. Now, today's capstone speaker is Dr. M. Ray McKinney, Dean of the College of Agriculture and 1890 Administrator of Virginia State University. Without further ado, Dr. Janine Wood, Associate Administrator of Virginia State University, will introduce Dr. McKinney.
Good day. My name is Dr. Janine Woods, the Associate Administrator for Virginia Cooperative Extension at Virginia State University. And today I have the pleasure and privilege of introducing you to my boss, Dr. M. Ray McKinney. Dr. McKinney is the 1890 Extension Administrator and Dean of the College of Agriculture here at Virginia State University. Dr. McKinney received his BS degree in Animal Science from North Carolina A&T State University. He then went on to receive his master's degree from The Ohio State University and his PhD from North Carolina State University in Animal Science Reproduction Physiology. Dr. McKinney has served as the ECOP Chair in 2010, and he has been in Class 3 of the Food Systems Leadership Institute. And without further ado, I introduce you to my boss, Dr. M. Ray McKinney.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Dr. Woods. Also, thank you, Kentucky State University, for the opportunity to visit, although virtually with you today. About 8 years ago, I led a small delegation from North Carolina A&T to KSU's new on-farm conferencing facility. We were there to garner some ideas and concepts about a new pavilion we were building. In fact, I still remember the warm and welcoming hospitality of Dean Pomper and his staff and their willingness to answer all of our questions and to show us everything. Thank you, Dr. Courtney Owens, Interim Associate Administrator, the Conference Planning Committee, sponsors, and Kentucky State University family for the invitation to speak at the 23rd Annual Kentucky Small Limited Resource Minority Farmers Conference. Please know that I am both honored and humbled by this opportunity. Before I begin addressing this year's theme, let me begin by saying, as we say in the Baptist Church, it is not my intent to worry your patience too long today. Reason being, someone once said, to be seen, one should stand up. To be heard, one should speak up. But to truly be appreciated, one should be brief, sit down, and shut up. So that is my intention for today. Also, please do not be deceived or fooled by the words that were in my introduction or my attire for this occasion. For I'm just a simple country boy from Eastern North Carolina who got a break in life. I'm not here as an expert, although I do meet the qualifications of one, and you do know those, what an expert is. That's someone over 25 miles from home, carrying a briefcase or folder stuffed full of information and trying to tell you something you already know. Truthfully today, I suppose by definition, I'm an expert. But I'm smart enough to know that all of you who make all or part of your living from farming or ranching every day are the real experts. Know what I am is a product of you. I'm that son or daughter that grew up in your house on the farm, the one who worked in the fields, harvesting, pulling up weeds, and complaining. And I'm the one you sent away to college in hopes of a better tomorrow for them. With that said, I'm not here to tell you anything because most of you have forgotten more than I will ever know. But rather, I'm here to have a conversation with you about some things that will help you survive as farmers and keep the legacy of small farmers alive in Kentucky and this nation, whether during a pandemic like the one we're in now, or during whatever else the next threat to your business might be. This year's conference theme, Farming is Thriving in Uncertain Times, speaks to this very issue. Throughout the conference, you will have the opportunity to hear from experts about specific farming innovations and implementations to increase the effectiveness of your farm practice. What I would like to share with you is at a higher and broader level. I truly believe it should be the very foundation of every farm business. Ultimately, it is what separates those who can keep the business alive and maybe even thrive during a pandemic or threats, and those whose business fail and are forced to throw in the towel. Why? Because someone much smarter than me pointed out the fact the biggest gambler in the world is a farmer. Anyone who chooses to make an income from farming has to be a real risk taker. You know this better than most. There are ups and downs in agriculture, and there oftentimes are more downs than ups in the business. Threats to your farm business are real. They can be the obvious climate, financial, or health-related threats, or the unforeseen, such as the pandemic that has dramatically affected global food supply chains the last year and a half. The best way to minimize risk is to plan. Again, plan for it. Building a business plan or adjusting your current plan is critical in helping you to ride out threats to your business. 5 questions that you need to take time to answer, and these questions are based off 5 basic principles that are critical to your success, your survival, your enduring legacy as sons and daughters of toil. Those being, what is your mission? What is your customer? Who is your customer? What does your customer value? What has been your success? And what is your planned future? These principles, though slightly modified, come directly from a little blue and yellow book on organizational development. The book is entitled The 5 Most Important Questions You Will Ever Ask About Your Organization, by one of the most widely known and influential thinkers on business management, Peter Drucker and his associates. So, as they say on CNN, let's get after it. What's your mission? Now, simpler said, know yourself and aspirations. Let's start with your aspirations. Think and know what it is that makes you exist and what makes you go to work every day. Motivational speaker Les Brown once said, find something that you love to do and you'll never work a day in your life. Knowing this keeps you from working. It now becomes just a labor of love. Nothing is more difficult than doing something every day that you do not like or really have the passion or drive to do or be successful at. So presumably, you are listening to me and your labor of love is farming. Then know who you are. Be proud of the fact that you are a farmer, but even better, you are an agricultural entrepreneur who is the backbone of America. You are a business owner. People depend on you because most of us have developed some bad habits called breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's up to your business to ensure we get our daily fix. Now know this, farming is what you do from a tractor seat or when you're working in the fields, high tunnels, or wherever. But once you leave that field and walk into a bank, business, or face that customer, it's now entrepreneurship. It's agribusiness. And you're now that agricultural entrepreneur that we talked about. Every farmer today is a company and represents that company. Whether it's you alone, you and your wife, or son, or multiple persons or partners, you and whomever are a reflection of your company's brand and image. Remember what Andre Agassi said once, image is everything. It's up to you to manage the image. When asked what you do, say more than just, I'm a farmer from Fayette County or from Kentucky. Say the 3-9-27 elevator speech today. This is a speech that says a maximum of 3 things about your business, takes 9 seconds to deliver, and is no longer than 27 words long. Why is it called an elevator speech? If you've ever had the opportunity to talk with an elected official or politician, you probably were running alongside of them or his car and trying to tell your story. In fact, it takes about 9 seconds to go between floors in an elevator. And so if you are on an elevator with a congressman, senator, or an elected official, you have approximately 9 seconds to tell them what you have to say. So your speech has to be short, on point, and to the point. Now go home and practice it. And I can guarantee you this, if you don't, someone here today will do it and use it to their advantage. Now, even I had to develop one as dean at Virginia State University. And mine says, VSU College of Agriculture is a premier provider of transformative experiences, whether in the classroom, lab, or community. We are committed to one solution, your success. Now, another point is, one of these points is, who is your customer? And what does the customer value? Now, under who is your customer? Know them, get to know them. Be customer-centered and driven. Today's marketplace and economy is driven by the consumer. Consumers defines the type of product in the marketplace, the look and quality of it, and the services. And that is based upon the presentation, the price, the delivery. All of this is driven by the customer. Constantly talk with your customers. Get to know them and the particular things and ways about them. These things will be of value in you dealing with them and personalizing your experience with them. Utilize information to constantly improve, whether it's self, business, product, and or relationships. Now, what does the customer value? Choose your primary market. Now, this depends on the enterprise or the business that you're operating. Know what the customer, know what they want, how they want it, when they want it, and how they want it delivered to them, and in what quantities they want. The principle is the same whether you're growing broilers, cattle, field peas, tomatoes, or industrial hemp. Be alert to change. Recognize when the market has shifted. why it has shifted, and where it's headed. Make adjustments to your operation accordingly. You will always have you will not always have the luxury of waiting to the end of a growing season or of an effort. You have to make adjustments immediately and sometimes make adjustments on the fly. Now, another principle is, what has been your success? Now, the data speaks for itself. Define success or it will be defined. Now, that means, what does it look like for you? Profits, losses, and or pleasure. Some people want to make money, or maybe you have a stash of cash and need to lose a little money. Whatever your motivation, you must define what success looks like for you. If you do not, how will you know if you've reached your goals? Know the true performance of your business, your enterprise. Record everything, all costs and income. For profit mode, everything has to pay its way. There's no love affair with anything, no matter how much you like it. The reason I know this personally is that I would sometimes make pets out of our sows on the farm. And then some of them would turn up missing. And I would go to my dad and ask what happened. And he would say, I sold her or them because they were not paying their way. A lesson learned. Nothing is for free. Everything has a cost associated with it. Now, know when to hold and know when to fold. Again, they told us, the gambler. Be realistic and look at what your results are telling you. Now, don't lie to yourself. Remember that old saying, figures don't lie, but liars sure can figure. Now, another, and the fifth one here is, what is your planned future? And I say, design it. Challenge your past to build your future. Nothing is forever. If it's not broke, break it anyway, grease it, and put it back together. Embrace change. Adaptation is essential to survival. The last couple of years has truly taught us this important lesson. If you cannot adapt, you become extinct. Now, for an example on that and evidence, on your last drive home, did anyone see a dinosaur standing in the field? The answer should be no. They could not adapt to change, and so they became extinct. And you will as well if you cannot and will not adapt to a changing business environment and climate. Drive innovation versus being driven by it. Be smart and stay ahead of the competition. Now, this does not mean it has to be the latest and greatest. Utilize, create, build what works for you. Fence row farming will bankrupt you. Believe me, it will bankrupt you. This is called looking over the fence and doing whatever your neighbor's doing. It might work for him, but it does not mean it was meant for you or someone else. Develop meaningful relationships. Work with like-minded people and partners. Work with those who are similarly situated. Seek mutually beneficial relationships with one another. Collaborate on grants with Kentucky State University. There are grants that are available just for you through the Southern Region Sustainable Agricultural Research and Education Program, or it's known as SARE. This program is based at the University of Georgia in Griffin. Now, the program sponsors a program called Producer Grants, which enable farmers and ranchers to test sustainable agricultural ideas using field trials, on-farm demonstrations, market initiatives, and others. You are the one driving that. On-farm research grants allow a farmer who has an idea on something to collaborate with a university to initiate an applied on-farm research project relative to that idea. And then there's the research and education grants, where producers can collaborate in research or outreach and receive funding as part of the grant's budget. So get with your research or extension specialist at Kentucky State University or another 189 land-grant university and apply for some of these grants coming out of the Southern SARE program. Seek advice and assistance. No one person is an island unto himself. Seek advice and assistance from one another and your land-grant universities, such as Kentucky State and the 1890 community. Know that we are not perfect as a group of institutions, nor are we sitting on an endless pot of money. Now, some people feel that the 1890s have resources but refuse to share them. This is not a true statement. 1890s do have federal funds, but those funds are bound to strict guidelines as to their expenditure. However, there are ways for us to work together on research and outreach, which might allow us to cost share funds with you. Now, as we think about some of these new enterprises that will help you thrive and survive, let me say this. When it comes to the new farm ideas, enterprises, and innovations, I'm not sure that many have done it better than Kentucky State University. KSU has led the way with the inception of Third Thursday, a revolutionary way of introducing new ideas and concepts via on-site tours and discussions. This approach allows a more relaxed, one-on-one, personalized discussion and observation. However, as you explore the gambit of new crops and livestock enterprises coming forth to the marketplace, remember to select those that fit you and your farming situation. Now, at Virginia State, we're exploring several enterprise developments. We're working, just as Kentucky State University and so many others, on specialty crops. We have some keen interest and work going on relative to ginger and turmeric. We're heavily into berries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries. We're exploring some new innovations with kiwi. And let us not forget Kentucky State's very own, the pawpaw. So there are a number of enterprises that we're exploring, but I'd also like to tell you that I know that Kentucky State University is doing the very same. We're doing some work with high-tech, high-tunnel food systems. And what we have is a very high-tech high tunnel that allows us to do various control factors via our cell phone. It has solar power. It has windmill power to generate electricity that we're now putting back on the grid. But the thing that we're doing is we're looking at those high-value crops that we would grow in this high tunnel and exploring what some of them might be and the economic returns of them. Hydroponics, aquaponic, food production systems. Within that, we are exploring production of lettuce, leafy greens, tomatoes, our fish species in our aquaponic systems. We're utilizing tilapia, we're utilizing brim. So we're looking at these as some new evolutions in farming. Another big thing with us is indoor and vertical agricultural food systems. We have Harding Street, which is a facility that we have committed resources to look at indoor food production and looking at some incubator activities. Urban and Sustainable Agriculture Certificate Program. We have a program now where those who are interested in urban agriculture, sustainable ag, can now take part in this course and be certified. We continue our work with hair, sheep, and meat goats relative to production, marketing, and processing. We have a new mobile processing facility that we are about to roll out and get underway. So, again, these are but a few of the various new enterprises explored at Virginia State and nationally. Most importantly, no one individual, university, or company has a monopoly on good ideas. They can originate from anywhere with anyone. So bring your best ideas to the marketplace. Now, in summary, I would like to say, 1, please know that your success is just that, your success. Define it and drive it. Remember Peter Drucker's 5 most important organizational questions. What is your mission? Who is your customer? What does your customer value? What has been your success? And what is your planned future? Prepare that 3-9-27 elevator speech. Remember, it needs to say a maximum of 3 key points about your business. Take 9 seconds for you to deliver it and be no longer than 27 words. You're not going to get this right out the gate, so just go home and practice it. Practice it. Embrace change and innovation. Get out front versus being at the rear. No one person, organization, or university, again, has a monopoly on good ideas. Communities have survived for years without universities. The land-grant system, and they've survived on basic know-how and common sense. So seek out new innovations and drive them to your success. Design your preferred future. Success and excellence do not just happen. They are deliberate acts. Success is never final, and failure is never fatal. Kentucky State University, Virginia State University, North Carolina A&T State University, and other 1890s are your friends and partners to your journey. The journey, this process that you're going through, that we're going through, is the destination. And so Coach Dean Smith, who's one of my real idols of college basketball, and he was the head coach at the University of North Carolina, prescribed 3 things and demanded it of his players. And he always had, and it was on the locker room board. It's now written on the walls in the practice facility. And he said, play hard, play smart, and play together. So I say to you as I close, work hard, think smart, and stick together. Your family, your community, and everyone who still has those bad habits we talked about called breakfast, lunch, and dinner are counting on your success as a small farmer or rancher. Again, define your success and drive it. Good luck, and thank you for sharing a little time with me here today.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney. We're so glad you joined us today for the Small Farm Conference, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow for our 3rd Thursday program and the last day of the conference. As a reminder, tomorrow you can join us in person at the Harold R. Benson Research and Demonstration Forum or virtually at the same link as you joined today. See you tomorrow.